Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, if you can hear me, let me know in the chat. Let me know if I sound good, and of course, let me know if I look good. Okay, we want to make sure everything is working properly here as we dive into another live stream where we are covering significant severe weather out there. It's been an active spring so far. We have been all over the place talking about tornadoes, severe weather, and all that stuff. And we're doing it again today, April 4th, 2023. It's currently 6:21 p.m. on the East Coast, 5:21 Central. And we've got a tornado watch. We've got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, but no tornado warnings just yet. Okay. And of course, we do have the full panel of storm chasers out there giving us an eye of what's actually happening on the ground. Right now, we've got Brad Arnold, we've got Kevin Mahoney, Ryan Pitt, Nick Smego, Brandon Lane, and Brian Allen out there in Illinois, Iowa, and pretty much that's it right now. But we do have storms in multiple places. This is going to be similar. It's not going to be exactly the same, but it's going to be similar to the last stream that we did. The big crazy tornado outbreak where it was a multi-state thing. That's similar to what we're looking at today, but the difference is the timing. The other day, March 31st, we had multiple supercells. We had 20 tornado warnings at one time. We had multiple tornadoes on the ground at the same time, and some of them were in Iowa, and some of them were as far south as Arkansas and Tennessee. Today, a similar thing is going to play out, but the ones farther south will probably happen at a later time than the ones farther north. So this is going to be drawn out throughout the evening. We're going to be here talking to you till late tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow. I believe meteorologist Andy Hill has plans to stream well into the morning hours tomorrow. And then we'll probably see you again back here tomorrow to stream this thing as it moves farther east. So this is not going to be the exact same kind of like action-packed, oh my God, we've got a tornado in Iowa, Arkansas, Texas, Tennessee, Kentucky at the same time. But we do expect to see multiple tornadoes across a large area. But I'm hoping at least today we're going to be able to watch those individually in different regions, as we go throughout this storm system. Right now, we only have one area that's under a tornado watch, and that's going to be this area up here, just to the north of, or pretty much centered around our moderate risk area. Parts of Iowa, Illinois, and Missouri are all under a tornado watch. And give me just a second. I'm gonna do something real quick on my microphone. Turn the gain up just a little bit, so I'm just a tad bit louder for you. Okay, and what you can see here is that we have quite a bit of coverage here with our tornado watch. And let me show you the details on that. We've got 3.4 million people under a tornado watch right now. Look at the wording. everybody look at the wording. This is a very important part of the watch. Several tornadoes likely. A lot of times they'll say a few tornadoes possible, a couple tornadoes, likely or possible. Several tornadoes likely is strong wording from the Storm Prediction Center, and also widespread hail up to softball size likely. And remember, this includes Columbia, Missouri, Quincy, all the way up there into Des Moines and Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and then Galesburg, Peru, and Freeport, Illinois. 3.4 million people under the gun here for significant severe weather until 10 p.m. tonight. I do expect that more tornado watches will be issued, as I'm pretty confident that we are going to have our both moderate risk areas verify in terms of severe weather coverage today. And we've got about 4 million people under a moderate risk. This is what that looks like. The red area up here has a 15% hatched risk of seeing tornadoes today. That means there's a 15% probability of seeing a tornado up here within 25 miles of a given point. And we're not talking about regular tornadoes. We're talking about potentially multiple strong tornadoes, EF2 or higher. Same thing down here from southern Missouri down into portions of Arkansas and extreme southeastern Oklahoma. We have a moderate risk as well with that same 15% hatch risk for tornadoes. Now, these also carry very high risks for hail and wind. So even if we don't see tornadoes tonight, all these areas will likely see some form of severe weather, whether it be from hail, damaging winds, maybe even flash flooding. So keep that in mind. We do expect a lot of tornadoes today, but tornadoes are small relative to this big, red area. So if you got tornado anxiety or something like that, I really wouldn't worry too much about it. Like, you want to be prepared. You want to stay tuned here. You want to understand the risks associated with the weather pattern today, but don't stress about it. As long as you're watching, as long as you're paying attention, maybe you're even following along on your own Radar Omega app, you're going to be 3 steps ahead of this thing. And in a worst case scenario where you do need to take shelter, you're going to know before you need to do that. And you'll be able to take all the precautions necessary. And if you're thinking right now, well, Ryan, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do if there is a tornado warning. Well, right now is a great time to get that started and figure it out, right? You want to get into the most interior room of your home or underground. Figure out how you're going to do that right now. Figure out where that is. Is it an internal closet? Is it a bathroom in the middle of the house? Is it a basement? Do you have a storm shelter? Do you have a large underground area, or just a part of the home or building that you're in that's on the lowest floor and interior? And then think about what you're going to have in there with you. You need shoes, you need a go bag, you need flashlights, batteries, preferably, maybe some water. Think of emergency supplies, and a go bag. Pretend like you're going to go for a weekend trip or something. Put that in a bag and have it in your safe spot just in case you need it. Odds are you won't, but I promise you so much right now, you're going to be so thankful that you did that. If you do end up in a situation where you've got to run, not walk, to shelter, because you're not going to have the time to do all that when that comes. That's why we say don't be scared, be prepared. The more prepared you are, less scared you're going to be. So we got a very good chance of tornadoes today. Up here in the northern extent of the risk, we're going to see these tornadoes and severe thunderstorms more than likely over the next 3 to 4 hours, maybe even beyond that. And then later tonight, probably honestly after midnight, that's when this part of the risk area really starts to take off. Now, forecast models have been all over the place today. We've seen some things happen so far that weren't supposed to happen. We've seen storms pop up where they weren't forecast to pop up, and we've seen some storms not happen where they were supposed to happen. So there's a likelihood that some storms fire up on the southern risk sooner than expected. But right now, it does look like it's going to be a later tonight, early tomorrow morning kind of feature. And that's why the Storm Prediction Center and all of our outlooks have been saying that we expect large, violent, unusually rare tornadoes tonight down here in the Ozark region. And simply because these storms down here are going to be fired by a dry line at 3 a.m., which usually doesn't happen. And that could cause big tornadoes. We're talking about the big nasty ones that do significant damage, and at 3 a.m. So that's a pretty dangerous situation. You don't want to be in a situation where you're sound asleep, you don't know what's going on, and now you've got a big tornado coming for you. So what we want to be able to do is to give you as much information beforehand as possible. And we want to give you the tools to have access to those warnings so that in a situation where you do need to take shelter, you'll know how and when to do that. The lights have turned green. So that means we've got to talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, yeah, I'm here too, y'all. I thanks Ryan for covering those risks and when they're going to be happening. So the point is, we're also going to have severe weather going into tomorrow. And that means we're going to need to do a sort of a marathon setup here. So I will also be live alongside Ryan, as some of you know I have been. That'll start, I'll do that within the next couple hours. But I will be going through the morning time hours while Ryan's sleeping, and then we can hand that back to Ryan as he's going to cover some of the Wednesday daytime risks. So we're going to do a marathon setup here. It was a great suggestion from some of y'all that I saw, and so I look forward to that. And we'll just pass the baton back and forth, to make sure that everybody is covered as best we can across the team. Right now, in terms of nowcasting, I want to tell you guys that the storms that are to the west of Des Moines, and so that we're looking right now. The storms west of Des Moines are currently not in an environment supportive of tornadoes, but that can quickly change over the next couple of hours. So right now, we're expecting less of a tornadic threat over there in west central and south central Iowa. The ones that are in a more tornadic environment are in northeastern Missouri right now. Those will be the ones approaching Davenport, Iowa, the Quad Cities metro area up there. So we'll be paying close attention to both modes at the moment over the next couple hours.
Okay. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're not seeing him right now. Carly, if you can open up the stream, the app, and then just click all the buttons on the app and then try it again, see if that works. Okay, so we'll get that fixed, and we'll get right back into the coverage here. Pretty much what Andy was saying is these storms over here are not in an environment that are necessarily supportive of tornadoes right now, but that could change very quickly. These are the kind of the ones that we're watching the closest, but honestly, we're watching everything. This could go a million different ways. Like I often say, we're no longer forecasting at this point. We are now casting. We are watching the radar more than we're watching the models, and we're looking at observations at the surface, and we're talking to our storm chasers and all that good stuff. So that's what we're doing now. Let's actually do that. Let's talk to some of the storm chasers real quick. Let's get an update from Chris Hall. Chris, we're live on YouTube. Just looking for an update from you, buddy. What are you doing? What are you thinking? What's going on out there? Brad, give us an update, buddy. What's going on? Tell us the latest. What's the plan for today?
Hey, buddy, we are southwest of Galesburg, Illinois. We are right near the Missouri, Illinois, and Iowa border. We are eyeballing this storm down near Canton, Missouri, right on the border to Illinois. I think that storm may be one to watch as it moves on off to the east-northeast. It looks to be the best one on radar so far, and it's coming right at our location, but we're going to watch it as it continues on off into a better environment.
Hey, what's up, Ryan? Hey, we are headed east right now on Highway 34 towards the Burlington area, watching these storms that are near Quincy move northeast closer to that warm front. As they get closer to that warm front, they should start to rotate more. Already has a very nice mezzo on it. Kind of in a radar area where it's not picking up too great, but the mezzo looks really pretty on it, so we're going to continue going towards this. The triple point area to the west looks like it's kind of squalling out, so I think we have a better chance of seeing isolated supercells in this area. So we've got Galesburg right now on the GPS. We'll probably deviate from there, probably drop south. But as far as right now, that's what we're doing. We're heading east right now on 34, and we should be able to intercept here pretty soon in probably about half an hour or so.
Okay, so there you go. That was an update from Storm Chasers Chris Hall and Brad Arnold. See if Riley can help you, because we got to get that fixed. That's what they're thinking. And you guys can actually keep up with their locations on my map. Anytime that we're looking at radar, you can see the storm chasers locations pretty much right, in real time. It updates like very quickly. There's Brad Arnold. Okay. There's Brandon Lane, Nick Gorman's over here, Chris Hall, Brian Allen. It's kind of hard to see on this map, but if we do go to Radar Omega, you can see it a little bit better. There's Brad Arnold, and you can actually click on him. You can see his live feed in here and moving him around. He doesn't have a very good service right now, but you guys will be able to see him right here in a second. So this is the moderate risk, the enhanced risk for today. Really quickly, let me show you the risk for tomorrow. That's right. We ain't done after today. We've got a ton of people under an enhanced risk for severe weather tomorrow from Michigan all the way down to Arkansas and Tennessee. And, you know, believe it or not, this has actually got some pretty high tornado probabilities on it as well. We got a 10% tornado probability for 26 million people here in the yellow hatched area. Once again, we're expecting potentially EF2 or greater tornadoes in some of these areas, isolated. Indianapolis, Chicago, Fort Wayne, Detroit, Flint, Lansing, Grand Rapids. This will start early in the morning and last all the way through the afternoon as the squall line with potentially prefrontal supercells moves across the Ohio Valley up into the Great Lakes region. So we're going to be covering this for a while. Everybody strap in, buckle in, because this is going to be something that we are talking about for the next several hours. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, exactly, Ryan. And that also, of course, that includes Southern Ontario, even as far east as Southeastern Ontario up to Ottawa. We'll be paying attention to y'all tomorrow too. And at the moment, there is a severe thunderstorm in southwestern Michigan, but I just want to tell you guys that's only there for hail. There is very, 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 very low tornado probabilities with that. Actually, I think it's impossible at the moment, but never say never. So y'all be aware of that. That's just south of Grand Rapids at the moment. Should pose only a hail threat with it.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. We're working on getting his camera back up now. But in the meantime, let's check in on all of these other storms as well. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of Des Moines. This will be moving into Des Moines here soon. This has got a 1.5 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds moving along with it. This will be moving into Winterset, Waukee, Des Moines, Polk City, all these places within the next little bit. Right now, tornado threat's not incredibly high. We've got another severe thunderstorm down here to the south with larger hail, inch and a half or larger, coming up towards Murray, Afton, and Tingley in Iowa. These are the storms that we're watching in western and central Iowa. They're going to continue to move this way. And we're also watching these storms extremely closely in Illinois and along the Missouri-Illinois border. These are the ones that, to me, look the most, I don't know, bad right now. None of the storms look good, but these are kind of primed to enter an environment that will be extremely supportive of tornadoes as we go over the next couple of hours. All right, the sun is starting to go down a little bit. We're going to really see that low-level jet increase in intensity, and we're also going to see these things get closer to the warm front, and things are just probably going to develop pretty quickly here as these storms move off to the north and east. Right now, they are rotating. All of these cells are rotating a little bit, especially the one that went by Shelbyville. We were watching this one pretty hard, and we still are. But they're rotating, but they're not rotating enough, and they're not surface-based enough to actually prompt a tornado warning just yet. But I imagine that once one of these cells starts rotating enough to actually warrant a tornado warning, that'll probably be from that moment on, we will have tornado warnings for the rest of the night. So we are just kind of waiting on that moment right now. In the meantime, we're dealing with big hail, really big hail. Hunter, Storm Chaser Hunter, is up here near Keokuk. He's probably going to be getting in on some of that hail here soon. We'll check in with him. Lima, Basco, Carthage, all of you guys in Illinois, a large hailstorm is on the way, and that's why we've got actually a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Adams County, Illinois, and Lewis County, Missouri right now. Quincy, you guys are going to get it as well. Big hail with that. Will this live be saved? Yeah, you can. Any live stream that we do, you'll be able to go back and look at it anytime in the future. Pretty much all of our live streams are like that. So that's why we try to only go for 12 hours at a time, or like 11 hours at a time. Because if you go over 12 hours, for some reason, YouTube just doesn't save the video on demand. So it's something that we try to avoid. Another thing to mention here is, something I'm seeing a lot of on Twitter is the fire risk. There's a huge amount of dry air and strong winds moving in behind this storm system. In fact, we can take a look at some of these wind reports. We got 60, 58, 60, 66 mile per hour wind gusts with clear blue skies here around Amarillo. And then if you zoom in here a little bit, you can see this streak. You see this? This is smoke from a wildfire. And we're starting to see new ones. You see that right there? That is smoke from a wildfire that has started here near Amarillo. We expect the wildfires to grow in intensity and coverage as this storm moves off to the east, because the winds are going to get, they're going to remain gusty and the air is going to get drier the farther east this goes. So that's going to be a problem. We're going to see probably widespread wildfires in the Texas and Oklahoma panhandle today up into Kansas. There's an extreme risk from the Storm Prediction Center for fire activity out here, which is equivalent to a high risk on like a severe weather day. It's not exactly a common thing to see. So keep that in mind if you know anybody that lives out there. Yeah, it's a big system. There's fire, tornadoes, hail, and snow. Snow, actually, on the backside here. I think, we're already starting to see some of the heavy snow set up in like Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota. Up here near Grand Forks, it's snowing pretty heavily right now. And we're going to see a very decent amount of snow in North Dakota, portions of Minnesota, on up into Canada here by the time this is said and done. In fact, there are currently blizzard warnings in effect for multiple areas in Minnesota, North Dakota, and South Dakota. Like a huge chunk of those states are currently under blizzard warnings. So if I zoom out here, you can really get the full picture of what's going on. You got snow back here. You got heavy winds or strong winds and fire, wildfires back here. And then we've got the tornado and severe weather potential right here. And then just, kind of rain and general thunderstorms down here. A third of the country, if not more, is being directly impacted by this storm right now. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, I see a 3-inch hail report, actual measurement 3.25 inches. That would be the diameter of the hailstone, and that's in northeastern Missouri. So that storm is going to the north of LaGrange right now in Missouri, right along the Mississippi River here up to Keokuk in the southeastern corner of Iowa. So very, very large hail falling over Monticello, Missouri at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Yeah, this thing is nasty. It's a monster. Near Canton, you guys are seeing some of that hail, and especially right back here near Monticello. That's dropping huge hail right now, and some of the places that, if you're not currently seeing large hail in excess of 2 inches, you probably will be seeing that in the near future. Benjamin, once again, Canton, and then potentially all the way over here towards Santuza, right on the border of Missouri and Illinois, as these storms show no sign of weakening. I think that hail core is going to continue to cause a problem for quite some time. And this is one of the storms, once again, that is rotating here, but not quite enough to pose a significant tornadic threat just yet. But these are the storms that we're really watching for that to happen. Okay, at some point, these storms are going to just kind of bathe in this ripe environment for tornadic activity. Unlike the last storm system where we had this, widespread tornado outbreak, that's still possible today. But unlike that system, the low-level jet is actually going to go from Not so impressive to very impressive in a short period of time as we go into the nighttime period. Now, a similar thing happened last time, but it was already at 60 knots or so in the middle of the day. So we are looking for that to kind of increase in intensity, and we are looking for multiple other things to happen for the tornado genesis to start really ramping up down here with these cells. Hopefully, it doesn't happen at all. But of course, it does look like that's going to be the case as we go farther into the future. Yeah, I decided not to chase today. It was a hard decision to make. This is a tough forecast. This is not the on Friday or March 31st when we did that stream. That was a slam dunk. Okay, this is a widespread tornado outbreak. Today, the ceiling is similarly high, but the small mesoscale features, the failure modes, the potential ways for things to go quote unquote wrong today. There's a little bit more of those in place. So if this does go crazy and becomes another widespread event where there's stuff that we have to cover for a huge area, I want to make sure that I'm here in the studio so that we can effectively relay those warnings. However, at some point, I have to chase. And it's going to be a day where the threat's pretty localized, and more than likely it'll be a day where the threats in the plains are closer to home. So I am here for this one. And also the fact that this risk goes farther east tomorrow. I'm glad I stayed. It's just easier to cover it effectively from the studio. It's fun to chase, and I would live stream that anyways. You'll see that in April or May sometime. But we've got more tools at our disposal here in the studio. And I enjoy this part of the thing just as much as chasing. I like sitting here and talking about the weather, especially because you guys find value in it. Here's another close-up view of that hail core that's coming through, and the storm report with the 3-inch hail near Newark, Missouri. Actual measurement was 3.25 inches in diameter. There's another one here just south and west of Monticello of 2.5-inch in diameter hail. That's big. We're talking about close to baseball size, maybe even bigger than baseball size hail, moving up through the Monticello region towards LaGrange, Lima, and all these places. Also in Quincy, I would watch out for big hail over here as well. That's going to be a pretty nasty storm when it moves through. All of our storm chasers are in kind of like a conga line right now, going after these storms. There's a lot of storm chasers out there today because today is the kind of day where if the tornado or the tornadoes do happen, they're likely going to be pretty big and potentially photogenic. So the storm chasers, our storm chasers are out there regardless whether the tornadoes are big or not. They're trying to help us, to help you guys understand what's happening on the ground so that we don't have to just rely on these colorful maps. But there's a lot of chasers out there. Probably the majority of the hobby is, photographers and people who are looking to get that, the shot of the tornado of the year or whatever. And, setups like today can produce those kinds of tornadoes. So there's a ton of storm chasers out there today. If you see a bunch of cars go by your house today, if you live up here in Illinois, Iowa, Missouri, and they've got these weird instruments hanging off of them and crazy people with giant cameras in their dashboards, you're probably near a pretty dangerous storm. Just looking at radar here, trying to make sure that no storm gets past us today. Unfortunately, we do have somewhat of a radar hole here that these storms might try to find themselves in, but we're nothing too bad. We'll be able to keep up with these all day. I do want to make sure that we're also watching the southern extent. Down here, I want to watch these storms pretty closely. And there's a couple of models that have been trying to plop a supercell down here in Texas at some point today, honestly, within the next couple of hours. And that, if we do get a storm that fires up down here around the Red River Valley and then moves up towards Arkansas, this is kind of where some of the big time parameter spaces are going to be in place this evening. This is where we see significant tornado parameter values on these, models like the HRRR above 20 for an extended period of time, especially once that low-level jet starts to ramp up. What about Iowa? Iowa, you're under a tornado watch. The vast majority of the southeastern part of the state is under a tornado watch in Iowa right now. See, you are prepared. If I've ever seen somebody watching 2 Chaser live streams, my stream, and the Weather Channel, all at the same time. Now, if you've got audio going on all of those, I don't know how you're keeping up. I don't know how you're keeping up. Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of you guys are sending videos of the fires. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of fires, and that's going to get worse tonight. Fire weather is severe weather. Keep that in mind. Fire weather is severe weather. Wow, look at this. Look at this hail. This was taken at 3:45-ish near Harrisburg and northern Boone County in Missouri. Bro. Once again, if you don't get a tornado today, some of these supercells are going to be dangerous, really dangerous, even without a tornado. Because if you've got these things falling from the sky and moving horizontally at 60 miles per hour, they're going to come through your window, and you're going to have a hard time. So take shelter today for considerable and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, just like you would a tornado warning. Imagine getting slapped upside the head with one of those. Not good. Also, just a heads up, I will say your town name wrong today. I am not doing it out of disrespect. I just don't know how to say your town name. Whatever your town name is, there's another town in another state that says it a different way. More than likely. Thanks for keeping the studio manned and eyes on the weather, my folks. No problem. I really appreciate the support. I did a poll on Twitter, and I was like, what should I do? Should I go chasing or should I stay? And honestly, it was about 50-50. It was about 50-50. So I was surprised to see that. I support you guys supporting me, wanting to do whatever I want to do. But just know that I do want to be here if I'm needed. I just wasn't sure at that time if I was. Just had a local news station interrupt a broadcast. Yeah, there's some hail over there in Michigan. No tornado risk right now. Is the area south below Chicago in less danger than it was said to be? Man, that's so hard to answer that question. If you're under a moderate risk of severe weather today, you need to be paying attention to the weather, or if you're in an enhanced risk of severe weather. So let me show you this map once again. The area south of Chicago, if you're talking about literally directly south of the Chicago, The forecast is slight risk of severe weather today, and that's what the forecast has been for a while. Now, the moderate risk, the biggest chance of severe weather today is over here, a little bit farther to the west. Davenport, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, you guys are kind of the target zone today for significant severe weather. And then there's another target zone farther to the south from Springfield, Missouri, down through Russellville and Hot Springs, Arkansas. This will be later tonight, though, before we see any big storms causing problems down here, potentially. Look at this. We got this thing popping up already. As we get closer to 8 p.m., things are going to be getting ripe down here for potential development of tornadoes. And honestly, even now. So we're watching all these storms extremely closely. Extremely closely. Yeah, there were some big storms around Chicago earlier. I got all of your pictures of the hail and the videos of the sirens going off and stuff. They will sound the sirens whenever there's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning or even sometimes a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, because the goal is just to help you know if you're outside and you're not paying attention to media that you need to get inside. It's not just for tornadoes. I'm in high school, and when I started watching you, I got so fascinated about weather, it turned into a hobby, and I learned a lot. So I do little forecasts at my school, and I get called Weatherman Waylon. Look at that. I love that. That's the story of my life. I was in first grade doing forecasts in front of the class. You're gonna be a great weather person. What can amateurs look for in terms of radar data that would be indicative of tornadic potential? So there's a lot of different things that you can look for on the radar that can kind of cue you in on whether or not a storm's going to be tornadic. The best way to learn about that is just to follow along with these broadcasts, because there's a million different examples. There's a lot of different things to look out for. And it's not as simple as just doing a quick, 5-minute long, okay, if you see this on a radar, you're going to have a tornado. So just follow along with these broadcasts. I promise as soon as we start getting tornado warnings, I'm going to get deep down inside of it and explain it as much as possible. And you'll learn a lot, I think, just from watching me commentate over the radar. We are in Hot Springs and just had a relative that we had to help with packing everything from the tornado damage in Little Rock. We appreciate your coverage and your give back to communities affected. Dee, thank you. I appreciate that. Father, thanks for becoming an official sponsor. They tested the sirens today in Illinois for Zach. Keep up the great work. Evan, thank you. Thank you guys for the support. Once again, we've got an incredible video coming out soon that will kind of document the Y'all Squad thing. We went to Mississippi. We did a lot of things to help the community, and I can't wait for you guys to see that. It'll be the most different thing that this channel has ever posted. I don't know if you guys will like it or not, but I'm super proud of what we've been able to do, and I'm excited. Dang. Look here, starting them young. Starting them young. I love that. Now that kid is going to grow up not being scared, but rather being prepared. That's what it's all about. Man, you guys have some crazy weather watching setups. Dang, man. And we are still getting a lot of pictures of hail. This is near New London, Missouri. And remember, guys, if you can remember to, when you're sending me your pictures for reports, that's awesome. Please also try to include the National Weather Service. We've got I'm not sure how to say his name, Chenille Wimberly WX. He's going through and he's tagging the National Weather Service in all of your posts, which I appreciate you doing that. But let's save him some time. And let's just tag him ourselves. If you know who your local office is, I know a lot of people don't. They'll get the information ultimately, but it would be nice to tag the National Weather Service. So all of our storm chasers pretty much are on their way to this storm down here. Brad Arnold's kind of sitting here and waiting it out. Brad, do you think this is the one? Is this the storm, or are you waiting on more to form to your north? What's going on?
Yeah, Ryan, I'm thinking that this is the storm. It's getting going to be getting closer to that warm front helicity. It's going through a cell merger right now. It's a 50-50 shot on it that kills it, or if it enhances it. If it enhances it, then it's all systems go. If it kills it, we may have to come up with a backup plan. But I think this is going to be the storm of the day.
We're talking about this big storm right here. It looks like, a lot of the models have depicted this. Like there's probably going to be one or two storms that are the storms that we have to kind of like track, across the state of Illinois pretty much. And this might be it right here. This might be it. Actually, got a funnel cloud report relayed via Weather Forecast Office in Springfield, Missouri, near LaGrange. That's interesting. Who else can we talk to here? Brian Allen. Man, we're live on YouTube. We're waiting for storms to start doing their thing. Tell us what you're thinking and what your plan is for the evening here. I guess Brian doesn't want to talk to me. I'll check this out. This is cool. This is the this is the top news and politics channels or videos or something for April 4th.
Hey, what's up, Ryan? We're dropping south on these elevated hailers right now. Trying to get a good look at them. The structure out here is amazing tonight. Kind of just playing it as we go. Models are pretty much, none of them agreed. No one's getting it right. West isn't really working. East isn't working. So we're just kind of playing it by ear. But hopefully we get something here soon.
Okay, so that's Brian. And he's kind of in the same spot as the rest of these guys. And whenever the storms start popping up farther to the south, we are going to have chasers down there as well. So keep that in mind. Everybody's up north here in Illinois and Iowa right now because that's where the risk starts. We're not going to see anything much farther south until later, but as soon as that happens, we're going to have storm chasers down there as well. But anyways, look at this. One of these doesn't belong here. Saturday Night Live, Ryan Hall, y'all, 60 Minutes, Ray William Johnson, Fox News, live now from Fox, MSNBC. That's crazy. And that's just nuts. It's crazy to see the Ryan, the name of the channel amongst that list. Thank you guys for the support and share on the stream around. It's really, that's how this happens. And once again, this is a great opportunity to remind you that, things are pretty calm right now, relatively. Don't get me wrong. There's some massive storms down here in Illinois that are getting ready to bust out 1 million windshields in Western Illinois. We're tracking these, but the tornadic, activity hasn't really ramped up yet. This is a great opportunity to go ahead and share the stream, get it out there in front of people, put it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, wherever, because at some point here, we are going to get into a situation where I'm not going to have time to remind you to do that, or anything. Like, we're just going to be locked in on like tracking the tornadic circulation. So let's go ahead and get the word out there so nobody is surprised today by this potential tornado outbreak. And the lights are green. So let's talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, let me talk about a few things here. This complex of storms just across the border into Western Illinois here. What's going on here is that these storms are going to approach the Davenport area, which is where the warm front is. So with this warm front over here, we're actually going to see the tornadic potential increase as the storms approach the warm front. So this is just south of Davenport. So when the storms get there, that is really where that tornadic threat is going to ramp up. We're going to see a lot more funnel cloud reports and so forth. So really over the next hours, when we're very much paying attention to this complex of storms just become tornadic. So as a result, right now, I hope that stays decreased in threat, but everybody over near Burlington, Galesburg, Burlington being in Iowa, Galesburg in Illinois, you all need to be paying attention, especially over the next hour. Let people know. And then I see a lot of people asking about the later at night risk. So the later at night risk for the southern mode, so that's even into northeastern corner of Texas, Fort Smith, Arkansas, Little Rock. That's really going to be, after 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Rock. That's really going to be, after 9 p.m., 10 p.m. local time, central time there, maybe even a little bit later. And that's going to be through the night hours. 3 to 4 a.m. is really where that threat down there is going to maintain its intensity, because we have that lid on the atmosphere at the moment. And once that erodes, once it's gone, and that's going to happen in the late evening into the night, that's when those storms take off. So I just want to give another reminder that I'll go live in like 3 or 4 hours and then I'm going to be through the night, and then we'll pass it back on to Ryan tomorrow morning if he's okay with that, so that we have wall-to-wall coverage.
Absolutely. We're doing it slowly but surely, building up to the 24/7 live all the time coverage that everybody always requests.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. It appears that merger has not killed it, and the meso is strengthening back up in it. Got very big concerns about the storm heading towards Macomb.
Okay, guys. So we're getting towards the part of the stream where we might have to start getting serious here. Once again, Brad Arnold, the tornado sniffer is what I call him. The guy just knows where the tornado is always. And you heard him there. You heard him yourself. He's concerned about this storm down here near Menden in Illinois as it moves off to the north and east. And this is the situation that we were concerned about for a while leading up to this. Okay. One of the things that was a potential fail mode today, and fail mode means like something that would have stopped the tornadoes from happening, is just simply a cap being in place and storms not firing, storms not becoming intense. And that's obviously not a problem here, right? This is a very big, intense storm. Whatever cap was in place down here is completely eroded, especially in the immediate area around the storm, as it's created its own outflow boundary. I mean, like this is definitely going to be a storm that lasts for a while here. But now, as it gets farther north, it's getting closer to that warm front. It's getting closer to the more ripe environment that could produce tornadoes. And that's what Brad's seeing. That's what we're seeing. And we're starting to get concerned about this big mesocyclone here. The whole storm is rotating. Okay. This whole thing is rotating like
Hey,
a top.
Ryan, this is Chris. We are in Macomb, Illinois. Noticing a big lightning up in this storm. We're dropping south to near Industry to get a look up into the storm. We're about 10 minutes out, and I should be able to give you a pretty good visual of the base of the storm. Whoa, that's close.
Okay, so Chris is saying that we're getting some lightning uptick, some electrical activity, ramping up in this storm, and that's often a sign that things are getting more intense out here. If you guys remember the other day during I think the March 24th tornado outbreak, when Rolling Fork got hit, Chris came over the radio just like that, and he was like, Ryan, the lightning's really picking up on this storm. We watched it. It was nighttime then, so it was easier to see. But we watched that lightning activity increase, and then ultimately that storm went on to produce a high-end EF4 tornado. Not saying that that's going to happen here again, but a lot of things are lining up to potentially unveil a worst-case scenario here as this storm moves off to the north and east. Mesocyclone on this is tightening up. There's another cell merger that it has to undergo. Okay, this storm down here does have to loft up into the main supercell. If it can handle that, if that doesn't kill it, once again, this is going to cause some big problems as it moves off to the north and east. What kind of problems and who needs to be paying the most attention to this? In the near future, this storm is probably going to continue on its north-northeast trajectory. I would be once again, you don't have to take shelter. You don't have to freak out about this right now. Okay. There's a lot of things that can happen here. We're just tracking it. We're talking. We have time to talk about the forecast right now. But I would be watching this storm and being ready for potentially heeding a warning as far north and east as Plymouth, Colchester, Macomb, Bushnell, Canton, London Mills, and Elmwood up here in Illinois. Okay. So just keep that in mind. Right now, it's a severe storm with big hail, and that's enough to, cause a lot of problems within itself. But the storm's slowly but surely looking more and more tornadic. And then we do have storms popping up down here in southwestern Missouri as well. That's not good. These storms down here, if these remain discreet over for the next 2 hours or so, I mean, there's nothing stopping these from going nuts. The environment down here is going to be really, really volatile. I mean, for tornadoes. So this is why the moderate risk exists down here. But we originally thought that potentially convection wouldn't even happen until much, much later. So we'll. Once again, we're not forecasting anymore. We are now casting. There's a lot of things that are going to happen here that we're not going to know that was going to happen until it's happening. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's important that we all pay attention very closely to everything that's going on here. Have a plan in place. That's right. Hey, Ryan, how do you feel about the new FV3 and RRFS models? I think they both run really hot. If you guys are, into looking at forecast models yourselves, those are what we like to call supercell printers. Every system looks like it's going to be a huge supercell outbreak. However, the RRFS, that's the newest one. I've only seen it in action for 2 events, and so far it's done well. But I mean, so far we've also had just really intense severe weather outbreaks. So I don't know how it does yet on a marginal day. So we'll see. I still prefer the HRRR right now over both of those. So, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, it sounds like I'm talking about a different language. Consider joining our Discord server. And our mods can post a link to the chat in that right now. There's a awesome group of knowledgeable people in there who are always talking about models and stuff. We've got 18,000 people or so in that Discord server, and it's just a bunch of weather nerds. Lots of youngins in there, but also lots of meteorologists and meteorology students that are willing to help out if you have questions about more technical stuff when it comes to meteorology. Time to hydrate. What in the world's going on with Brad's stream now? Have you tried refreshing it? Okay. Ugh. Okay, he's just down. He's not even up in Radar Omega. And in our personal, well, Caleb B, what's going on with that? Okay. Okay, that works. Having some slight technical difficulties with the chaser feeds in the background, but no big deal. The lights have turned purple. That's a new one for a lot of you. So that means it's time to talk to Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. So we are seeing a lot of issues keeping chaser feeds up, and I actually just put a picture in stream text if you want to go ahead and pull that up. The issue that we are seeing is there is hundreds and hundreds of chasers on these storms. So there's so many chasers, it's overloading the cell towers as if it was a city. And they're very clearly not meant for that. So that's why we're having issues getting feeds. And I also just wanted to point out that a situation like this is dangerous because you have so many people on the road in the paths of these dangerous storms. So we need to make sure that we're staying off the roads in these areas.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Riley. Yeah, that is that is a dangerous situation there. We don't want people on the roads going out and looking for these storms. You know, it's a very dangerous thing to do, storm chasing, and you know, I don't think that we should encourage anybody to do it because there's already a large group of people who are going to do it regardless. But hey, listen, the number one thing is the number one most dangerous thing about storm chasing has nothing to do with tornadoes, has nothing to do with lightning, has nothing to do with storms or weather at all. It's just driving. The more people there are on the roads out there, the more likely it is that somebody's going to get hurt. It's going to have nothing to do with the daggone tornado. But that's just my 2 cents. Like, obviously, I'm not the storm chaser police. You can do whatever the heck you want. But I think the less people we have out there, the better. Hey, looky here. I love putting your live stream here at the Hole in the Wall Bar in Dayton, Ohio. That's a cool bar. That's a cool bar. I would go there. Watch the weather. That's quite the conversation starter. I love that. We got one the other day where we were up on the what's it called? All the TVs in Walmart. That was pretty crazy. Melissa, thank you for the support. You got the awesome merch there. I really appreciate that, and it looks so good. I don't think I've seen this one in real life. That looks really good. If you're just now tuning in, this is severe weather coverage. Okay, we are tracking a very strong supercell thunderstorm in Iowa or Illinois right now, and we're probably about to see our first tornado warning of the day. If this mess keeps showing up down here, down towards the bottom of the storm, we are seeing some interesting returns on the velocities. This is a big mesocyclone. It's trying to condense into a small couplet, and it's probably going to succeed in doing so. And this storm has the capability of producing several big tornadoes tonight as it moves off to the north and east. It's not doing so right now, but I don't like the way this looks. I don't like the way this looks at all. You can see how disconnected the mesocyclone was back here. Okay. You can see how, we had some winds going this way. We got some inflow coming into the storm this way. Okay, pretty normal. But now watch. They're getting it more intense. All right. Now they're kissing. This is when Brad Arnold came through. He said, hey, that mesocyclone's ramping up. We said, yes, sir. And now things are looking a little bit more gnarly here. If that trend continues, we will almost certainly see a tornadic storm here soon. I would be watching out in Plymouth, Colchester, Fandon, Macomb, Bardolph, Industry, Adair, Good Hope, and Bushnell in Illinois right now. This is kind of the spot where we're most concerned about as far as severe weather goes right now. And even
Hey, Ryan,
outside,
we are now in front of the storm. We're set up to watch this storm just south of Macomb, however you say that. I'm not good with town names. We have a view of the storm, and it's definitely producing a lot of hail, but I can also tell you that this storm is organizing up, has a good inflow tail leading into it. I think this storm will definitely be the one to watch over the next 20 or so minutes for any organization, because once it goes, it's more than likely going to go up quick.
and you can see a view of that storm from Chris's camera right here. And it is a big storm. This is a monstrous storm. This is the exact kind of storm that you don't want to see produce a tornado either, because this can become a long track monster here. Macomb, once again, Macomb. I don't know if I don't know how you guys say it, but you know what I'm talking about. That you guys would technically be in the direct path of where the base of this storm is ultimately going to go. So just keep that in mind. You're not under a tornado warning yet. But you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. This thing's got big hail. Okay, this thing has a history of producing 3-inch in diameter hail, probably producing more like 1 to 2-inch in diameter hail right now. And that's going to be coming up towards Macomb, whether or not it's got a tornado on it. So keep that in mind. It's going to be a big storm regardless. Macomb. There's no point in even trying to spell it out.
Hey, Brian, we got a pretty big lowering now visually, just 2 hours southwest.
Chris, do you have the ability to zoom in on that?
Stand by, will do.
If Chris can zoom in. Such a big storm, it's hard to tell exactly what he's talking about, but it does sound like there's a lowering, meaning that the storm is surface-based. It's latching onto the environment, and it's probably going to try to start creating a wall cloud here soon. Yeah, you can see it right there on the bottom of the storm. This thing is going to try to do it. It's going to try to produce a big tornado here. I don't know if it's going to happen soon. I don't know how much time we have, but the mesocyclone. Sorry, Chris. The mesocyclone is forming here, and this is why we went live today. This is why you've been hearing on the news. We've got a chance of tornadoes today. It's exactly this situation that was we hoped wouldn't happen and is now happening. The storm of the day is tapping into the environment that will likely produce a tornado at some point. So once again, down here near Macomb in Illinois, get ready. Not saying, it's definitely going to happen, but get ready. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Dew points are in the mid 60s out here. Temperatures are in the upper 70s for the most part. Pretty widespread. But still, there are so many things happening in the environment here that are supportive for tornadoes. I have just ruined Chris's setup. He can't even get his phone back in the dash cam holder or whatever. I don't know. There's a lot of storm chasers out there. There are a ton of storm chasers out today.
Hey, Ryan, we had a brief funnel. It's since dissipated, but there is a large wall cloud now associated with this storm. Tornado may be imminent as it moves on up into Macomb and Plymouth.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chris. Chris, keep chiming in anytime you see something new. So yeah, Chris is kind of in the perfect spot too to see this thing form. He's down here looking into the storm this way. So that's the tornado is going to form somewhere down here and move up towards Chris. So Chris has done a phenomenal job positioning himself. And now Andy wants to talk. So go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I just wanted to give a little more detail on this storm since it's all coming together. We're having that cell kind of merge from the south into it, and that can accentuate the rotation, especially as it approaches the warm front. So the warm front is where those temperatures really start to rapidly decrease on the northern side and increase on the southern side. It's a very tight boundary in this case. And along that warm front is where the winds are more easterly. So they have a much more of a component from the east streaming right into the base of the cell and causing that rotation we're seeing. So I just wanted to add on some of the science because it's pretty interesting to watch this occur.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the insight. He's going to be popping in multiple times here through this process as we watch this storm evolve into, I mean, honestly, a monster storm. This thing is huge. The supercells of the last outbreak, we had a lot of intense ones. We had a lot of tornadoes, but the supercells specifically weren't as HP or as huge as this, especially in the forward flank. So this is going to be a widespread, impactful storm, even outside of the potential tornado down here. I'm talking about strong, damaging winds up here near La Harpe, and eventually Roseville, St. Augustine, Avon in Illinois. But of course, we're kind of focusing on the southern side for a potential tornado. Chris has got a wonderful view of the base of the storm here. You can see the lowering there. You can see.
Hey, Ryan, I've got a good view on my stream currently. Whoa, that was close. A lot of cloud to ground lightning. Sorry. Good view on this storm currently. This thing is wrapping up really hard. May have a funnel currently to my southwest to get on stream if you want to check it out.
All right. So once again, time to get serious. If you guys know anybody in this general area in Western Illinois, near Macomb, between pretty much west of Peoria in Illinois, let them know to tune in. We've got, a million eyes on this thing. There's so many people involved. If there's a tornado, I don't know how in the world you'd know faster than here. So we do have a storm chaser, Chris Hall, giving us a view of the base here. He's seeing the rotation. We see the increase in lightning strikes. And obviously we're watching it on radar and it just looks like it's tightening up like crazy. So this is the moment where we really need to start getting the word out here about a potential, bad situation unfolding in West Illinois. We also have storm chaser Brian Allen looking at a similar part of the storm. And man, this is a monster supercell. Wow. Just look at how tall it is. Look at how big it is. You can very clearly see the base of the storm there, the mesocyclone, and then just the incredible structure of the storm from Brian's point of view. Now, Brian is just north of Littleton and south of Industry. Chris, on the other hand, is to the north of Industry in Illinois. Okay, and he's looking to the south and west near Plymouth. All right. So if we come back to the radar, and it's probably going to be best if we get Chris or Brian in the one spot. If we come back to the radar here, you can see this is where Chris is, this is where Brian is, and this is where the rotation is. That's what we're watching. Okay. Now, if I come over here, you see there's a lot of stuff happening. We've got the big hail core up in here. This is the base of the storm, though. That's what we're watching near Plymouth. Now, there's another storm right here, a very strong storm that's going to launch itself into the base of the storm. And it'll be interesting to see what happens there. There's another opportunity for it to kind of dissipate the rotation or disrupt the flow of the storm. There is also an opportunity, though, for this to actually intensify the storm and make the tornado happen faster. So that's what we are kind of watching out for right now. And thankfully, we've got an incredible view of the storm from all angles, from our storm chasers and, of course, from the radar here. And, man, the electric activity with this is ramping up significantly. You see all those lightning strikes from Chris's point of view. You can see them plotted here in the Radar Omega app. By the way, if you guys want to follow along in the Radar Omega app, there's a link in the description. It's the radar app I use to guide millions of people through severe weather events like this, and you can get it on your phone, iOS or Android. And you can click on people like Brad Arnold in the app and see what he's doing. Usually, for some reason, he doesn't have service right now, so we're not seeing him. But you can see the temperature on his device there, the dew point, and you can put him in a little window. You can move him around. You can do that with any of the storm chasers out there. Got Vince Welty over here. Move him around. It's a pretty cool feature. So if you want to follow along, there's a link in the description. Yeah, so it might be a second before we see once again a tornado drop with a storm, or it might be very quick. It just all depends on how this merger affects the storm. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I'm trying to get their feed put in place, but Caleb did just have a funnel possibly make ground contact on his feed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Once again, guys, we're having some slight trouble with chaser feeds today. It wouldn't be a Ryan Hall y'all stream if everything went 100% smoothly. But we're going to get that up there for you. Man, this does not look good. Okay, the first one is Caleb. Okay, so you can see the Caleb stream above my head here. And let's actually pull it up. Oops. So at some point we had a funnel here. I don't see it now, but we are looking at the base of the storm still. Go ahead, Andy. Or that wasn't Andy, was it? Never mind.
That was not me.
Sorry.
Yeah, nope.
Dang, this is a monster storm here. This one, this is the part of the storm that's trying to rotate. You can see the last couple of frames too. The supercell kind of has really taken ownership of the landscape. You can really see who's boss here. You know what I'm saying? Like this looked like a big cluster of like random convection. Now it's very obvious what's happening here. We've got this major supercell. It's trying to rotate. It's trying to produce a tornado down here. But this cell right here is really getting in its way, which is good news for the residents of Plymouth. But I don't know how long that is going to continue to be something that happens here. Let's also update you guys on what else is happening. We've got a big tornado watch. All right, Davenport, you're under a tornado watch. You're fine for now. Cedar Rapids, you're fine for now. Let me actually refresh my place files. Okay. Des Moines, you've got a big storm going on right now. It's not tornadic. We've got some big hail and some damaging winds. We're not really worried about tornadoes with these storms right now. That could change, though, okay? Especially for the more southern storms. Maryville, you've got a storm with 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1.25 inches in diameter hail. It's hail and damaging winds. That's kind of the main threat over here right now. That'll transition to a tornado threat at some point, but that's what's happening. Additionally, we've got storms firing up here near Springfield. We'll have to watch these closely as the low-level jet ramps up tonight. This is going to be bathing in a ripe environment for tornado genesis, and also anything else that pops up along this line. anything that pops up in here and starts moving east, whether it's a supercell or any level of convection whatsoever, really, we have to watch it closely. But the most concerning area that we have on our radar right now is West Illinois. This big cluster of storms right here that is trying its best to cause a problem. See what happens with this cell merger. Hopefully that kills it. Yeah, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in Michigan as well. I know a lot of people are talking about that. This right now is that's a powerful storm for sure. Let me put this out. That's a powerful storm. The tornado threat with it is low, but not zero. It's kind of trying to rotate. It's elevated though. But the thing is this has got some big hail with it near Carlton, Michigan. That's going to be moving towards Woodland and Woodbury in Michigan. That's something I would take shelter for. That's got some strong winds and some huge hail in it. Possibly getting, definitely bigger than golf balls. Possibly getting close to the baseball size there. This thing is just a mess right now on the velocities. It's hard to tell anything about this storm right now that's meaningful. And that's going to continue to be the case until we see this merger complete. But this is a live view of it. There's no wondering about that. That's definitely a surface-based storm. You can see the lowering there. A tornado is going to try to pop out of that little divot there, that little bowl. Is it going to happen? We don't know yet. We really have to watch that storm. That southern storm trying to crash into it. We've got a more photogenic look at the same storm from a little bit of a distance here from Brian Allen. So, just look at how big that thing is. You can really see it here through Brian Allen's feed, how monstrous of a supercell this is. You can see the storm just kind of hit the top of the atmosphere there and then kind of spread out. The big anvil cloud. That is a powerhouse of a storm. Go ahead, Riley.
Chris has ground contact on his stream right now.
Chris, which one's Chris? Chris is in 2 or 1? Okay.
It did just go rain wrapped, but it was down.
Okay. All right. So we think we have a tornado.
Ryan, if this storm doesn't produce soon, let me tell you, this is wow. Tornado is very close to being imminent. Very tornado imminent.
Okay, so we've obviously got all of our chasers here noticing the rapid rotation. We've seen wow, that was a close lightning strike. Anyways, we've seen the rotation. We've seen the funnel clouds, and we see the lowering. We think that a tornado is imminent here. So just keep that in mind. If you are in industry, Adair or Macomb in Western Illinois, get ready for a big storm. We think it's going to be tornadic, but it's definitely going to be strong in the sense that it's going to produce huge hail. Also, down here near Lansing, Michigan, this storm's going to start moving towards you as well. This is going to be mostly a large hail threat. And we're talking about very large hail here. So Lansing, Michigan, get ready for that. It's coming right for you. Yeah, I'm surprised it doesn't have a tornado warning, but the Weather Service is waiting for the right moment. The last thing that we want is, you guys know how it works. Tornado warning gets issued, and then, let's say that there isn't a tornado for another 20 minutes. Well, everybody that storm goes over for the next 20 minutes is going to think that, oh, well, tornado warning, schmornado warning. We really want to make sure that there's a cause for the tornado warning before it's issued. Personally, the cause is probably already there right now, but we trust the folks over there at the National Weather Service that they know what they're doing. And as soon as that warning comes out, though, everybody in the path here is going to take shelter immediately. We've got a lot of storm chasers on this. So, as I've said before, the moment there is a tornado, we will know. And it seems like we might have had a couple of brief touchdowns already.
Ryan, I believe what you were looking at was the hail core in this storm. We're looking at the area of rotation right here in front of it. Definitely a lot of rise and scud up into this visible rotation from where I'm at. I'm maybe a mile or two, maybe 3 just north of the rotation, but this is very, very close to a tornado touching down. I think that it's going to be imminent if it's not already behind that rain shaft.
All right, so that's Storm Chaser Chris Hall giving us the latest there on this storm. Monster storm. Monster supercell storm. I do want to emphasize that even without a tornado, Colchester and Macomb are getting ready to get slam dunked with a hail storm, either with very large hail or like a hail blizzard with a lot of small hail. And both of those can cause problems. It looks like right now, some of it is small. This is from Evan. Thanks for sending that in. Guys, remember, you can send reports to me, and you can see all this stuff that I'm retweeting on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all. At Ryan Hall Y'all. Only send me pictures and reports, though, if you can do so safely. Take shelter if you're under a tornado warning, and don't go driving around to try to get a picture.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, first tornado warning of the day, guys. We've got McDonough County in Illinois under a tornado warning.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Just like I was worried about, that sterile measure is complete, and they just went tornado warning on it. Could intensify very, very quickly. We're dropping south on it right now. We should have view on it in about 10 minutes.
All right, so that's Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. And Andy wants to talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, you can tell that rotation coming together rapidly on the latest scan from the Lincoln, Illinois radar. You can see the red and the green start to touch there and really ramp up right to the south of Fandon.
Okay, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Really highlighting this area for the rotation that's showing up here. That's why over here this is why we have that tornado warning in place, and this includes Fandon, Industry, Macomb, Adair, Bardolph, and all these places in McDonough County, Illinois. Our first tornado warning of the event here. We want everybody to take it seriously, because I mean, you've heard the voices of the storm chasers out there who are obviously concerned about this. You've seen it on radar. You know this is not
quarter size tail here at my location currently, Ryan.
And that's Chris Hall. So you know that this is not just your average everyday run-of-the-mill storm system. So you've got a lot of reasons there to take this seriously and take shelter. And we've been talking about it for a while. So hopefully everybody is doing that right now. Yeah. Yeah, so there's no more sales to merger after this one. This thing is just going to have the full free reign to do whatever it wants once this is complete, and it's already starting to do that with the very intense area of rotation here south of Fandon, moving up towards Industry. And boy, once again, just an incredible view of this storm from a little bit of a distance from Nick Gorman. Nick Gorman, let's get an update from him. Nick, we're live on YouTube. Beautiful shot you have there. It does look like this thing's probably going to produce soon. Just wondering what your plan of attack is here. Are you going to stay where you are? Are you going to go north? Are you going to follow it? Let us know.
Hey, Ryan, I think I'm in a really good spot here. We're going to stay here until this storm starts to produce a tornado, and then we're going to head towards that. But right now, this is just a beautiful structure. We got some nice warm inflow still going into it. I think this has a pretty good shot of producing a tornado here pretty shortly.
Okay, so there you go, guys. Once again, this is live. Nick's in Fulton County, Illinois. So he's a few miles outside of McDonough County, Illinois, which is under the tornado warning. But man, you can see this from several miles away. This is a huge storm here. In fact, you could probably see this pretty clearly as far away as Lincoln, Illinois, Havana, Rushville. As long as there's no clouds in the way, you guys could definitely see this thing from probably 50 to 100 miles away in some places. Back to the radar. Watching this intense area of rotation continue to show concerning signs here. I'm going to try to analyze this thing from a bunch of different radar sites because we are in technically a little bit of a radar hole. I'm going to be looking at it from the central Illinois radar and Davenport, and that's probably it. And once again, big hail falling here near where Chris is right now. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning for McDonough County, Illinois. And Andy.
Hey, Ryan, we are going back east on this road. We are getting impelled with hail. Rapidly rotating rain curtains just off to my south. There may be a tornado on the ground, but it is rain wrapped if it is on the ground.
Okay, so we got big hail coming from Chris Hall's location, which once again, he's really close to industry in Illinois. And then Andy, what do you got?
Hey, Ryan, look at the southeastern part of Warren County to the south of Des Moines. You've got a nice hook echo showing up there. I think this storm is rooting on the warm front, potentially becoming tornadic because we've got really tight rotation there. Would not be surprised at a tornado warning for southeastern Warren County and Marion County towards Knoxville, Iowa here.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Andy. Guys, we're going back into Iowa now. These storms, like we said earlier, initially were mostly a hail and wind threat, but now they're starting to root in the environment. And we have a classic hook echo here near Milo and Lacona in Iowa. Would not be surprised at all to see a tornado warning issued here very soon. In fact, I think that I would be more surprised if that didn't happen. So unfortunately, this is pretty discreet. So once again, it's rooted onto this environment. We've got the warm front right in through here. There's just an incredible amount of potential for this storm to produce a big tornado here. So another area that should be on the lookout is going to be Knoxville, Melcher, Dallas, Pleasantville, all the way up to Harvey in Iowa. So get ready for that warning. And then Riley, go ahead.
Chris just said he had baseballs.
Chris is dealing with baseball size hail. Which is, and also look, there's not a lot of rain. He's kind of right next to the updraft. So that's a sign too that this is, if we've got hailstones that big flinging out of the updraft there, we've definitely got some rotation and probably a tornado getting ready to happen here. So, but guys, back to Iowa. This is not good. This is really not good. I don't know what exactly we're waiting on here, but this should definitely get a tornado warning soon. I would be there. It is.
New tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we need to be getting in our safe spots in Knoxville, Iowa. We need to be getting there very quickly. This is an extremely dangerous looking storm. We've got a storm chaser on it here in Iowa. Who is this? Willard Sharp.
We're tornado
This guy,
warned.
he's in Iowa near Lacona. And you guys, once again, you can watch him in the Radar Omega app. He's very close to this.
Yes.
See here, I should have the ability. Yeah, you can mute these guys now. That's great.
Well, actually,
Oh no, it goes away whenever you minimize it. Anyway, so we're going to be able to see through him the tornado here, I believe, as it forms. There's other storm chasers in the area as well. So we're definitely going to be staying locked in over here. But more importantly, I really want Coloma, Melcher, Dallas, Donnelly, and Knoxville in Iowa to be getting to their safe spots very quickly, because this thing just looks extremely nasty on radar.
New information.
Okay.
This tornado
now we've got a confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado on the ground back in Illinois. This is our storm that we have been watching for a while. I don't know who confirmed it. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, we've got a confirmed tornado warning now on that storm. Just wondering if you can confirm it. What are you seeing? Man, it's a monster storm. Monster storm.
It's right in front of us. It's rain wrapped if it's down.
All right, so wow. That is not a good look. If this is producing a tornado, and it likely is, this is going to be a huge one, guys. This is going to put down a huge tornado. And unfortunately, right now it looks like it's going to get pretty close to Industry, Illinois. Okay. So if you're in Illinois right now, we've got a huge tornado coming together here near the town of Industry, and it's going to be moving up towards Pennington Point and eventually Table Grove. This is in Illinois, okay? Massive supercell storm producing a tornado here shortly. And this is from Robert. These are some pictures from the town of Industry. Obviously, you can look outside right now. You can see this beautiful, cloud structure, the supercell thunderstorm, approaching. I would definitely get inside though, because this is going to put down a huge tornado. And speaking of beautiful, I mean, look at this thing, guys. This is real. This is a live look of what looks like a giant mothership alien spaceship here over Earth, but really this is just a humongous supercell storm in Western Illinois that's about to put down a huge tornado if it's not already. Wow. Once again, if you know anybody in this general area, you're going to want to tell them about what's going on here, and we're going to want to make sure that they're getting into their safe spot and taking this seriously. Coming back over here to our Iowa storm, it looks like it's cycling. So this thing popped out a perfect hook, what looked to be like a debris ball, to be honest. And then now it's still rotating intensely, but it looks like there's an occlusion happening. If we see this happen again, if we see a new hook form here, we're in for a long
pretty
night.
decent sized tornado on the ground beside of us, Ryan.
Okay, so that was Chris. We're going to come back over to him. If I can get him up. Okay, he's froze. So we're going to have to wait for his feed to come back. But he is saying that there's a decent-sized tornado on the ground near him. And I would say something similar is...
Hey, Ryan, I know you got my stream up. It looks like it's about to drop a tornado.
Something similar is about to happen over here in Iowa as well. Remember, there's two areas that we're watching. What you're hearing from our storm chasers, this is all coming out of Illinois, McDonough County, Illinois. Now, we've also got a tornado warning over here for Jasper, Lucas, Marion, Poweshiek, and Warren County in Iowa as well. Cyclical supercell over here. All right, where's Nick? We're going to pull him up. Looks like a tornado's trying to drop, he said. Shoot. This thing is rotating like crazy, that's for sure. So Chris and Caleb are actually pretty close to the
A new tornado warning has been issued.
To the hail core here. So that's why they're seeing some of the big hail. I'm just looking to see if I can, spot out this the exact area where we think the tornado is happening, but I'm not seeing anything completely convincing from this angle. However, Chris is right next to it, and he says he sees it. So we do have a confirmed tornado warning regardless, and now we have a new confirmed tornado warning for Fulton and Schuyler County in Iowa, or I'm sorry, Illinois. Okay, so they have allowed this to extend farther to the east. This now includes Table Grove, Ipava, Smithfield, Lewistown, Cuba, Marietta, and Vermont in Illinois. And this thing is gonna ride the highway here. What is that highway? I don't know, 136 to 24. It's pretty much going to ride the road that you would take from Plymouth to Pekin and Peoria on its way to Peoria. I'm thinking that there's a good chance it goes south of Peoria, but I don't know. Go ahead, Riley.
Go ahead and talk to Chris on Zello real quick. You could hear the hail, and he just blew out his windshield.
Oh, Chris, you doing all right? Oh, wow. Wow, huge hail here with Storm Chaser Chris Hall. You see the glass is cracked here. He's got to get out of that because he's kind of in a spot where if he loses his windshield, it's going to be a dangerous situation. Jeez, man. Very, very large hail happening here. And there's another shot of that tornado trying to come down right there on the side. Chris's vehicle is taking a beating. Oh, boy. The suction for the iPhone mount literally came undone because the hail was tearing apart the windshield. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, I think there is probably a tornado on the ground west of Knoxville, Iowa as well. That's our storm to the south and east of Des Moines on the warm front.
Okay. All right, back to Iowa real quick. Here's Des Moines, just for reference. Here's Des Moines. Here is our couplet and our potential tornado. We do believe that this is producing a tornado now at south of Pleasantville. Okay. And as soon as Chris gets a second, he's trying to get out of that L core. As soon as he gets a second, he will radio us back and let us know what's going on here. We've got to leave him alone. We've got to let him focus. All right, I'm going to dive into the mesoscale here. On this Iowa storm, because this one's extremely dangerous, guys. We don't have well, there are storm chasers on it. I don't think we have the ability to talk to any of them, though. Let's see here, Pleasantville, Iowa. Okay, so currently, it is my belief, as well as Andy's, that there's likely a tornado imminent or happening now here somewhere to the south of Pleasantville in Iowa. More than likely, that's happening somewhere between the Motor Friends Church and the Fairview Christian Church right now. And what's going to happen is it's probably going to continue to go up to the north and east and eventually make it to the intersection of Highway 545 and 92. You guys know where Highway 92 forks off into Highway 5 and goes up towards Pleasantville.
New information.
That's where
this tornado warning
the tornado is going to cross the road south of Pleasantville, I believe. And now this is a confirmed tornado warning from the National Weather Service. So they're seeing the same things we are, right? So that's what we're concerned about here. We've got a tornado on the ground just to the south of Pleasantville in Iowa. Some places that need to be thinking about this as we go into the future are, for example, Donnelly, Pleasantville, Otley, Pella, Peoria, Sully, and Galesburg.
New information.
In
this tornado
Iowa
warning has been upgraded.
In Iowa, okay? We've got a confirmed tornado warning for McDonough County, Illinois as well. So we've got 2 tornadoes on the ground here. One's in Iowa. The other one is in Illinois. This is where the Iowa tornado is, somewhere to the south of Pleasantville, moving towards Donnelly. And then this, somewhere in this mess, is where the Illinois tornado is, and that's going to be moving up towards Adair in Ipava, Lewistown, and Smithfield here very soon. This is
Ryan,
a
it
right
looks like we have a
mover.
very large stovepipe on the ground. I'm about to intercept it. We're going to come down to Lewistown, and then there's a road that cuts west into it. Going to try to get closer to it, but it looks like it's a very large stovepipe on the ground.
Okay. All right. So we've got a very large stovepipe tornado on the ground with our storm here near Industry in Vermont and Illinois. I think I see it.
Ryan, I got the around the street. You can see the graphic.
Yeah, there it is. All right, guys, there's a live look at a tornado on the ground here. Once again, just to the south and east of Industry in Illinois. That's going to be moving towards Vermont here very quickly. And I'm telling you guys, this is going to turn into a huge tornado. Take shelter if you're in front of this thing. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, I do think if you look at that radar presentation from the ILX radar, you could probably see there are twin tornadoes on the ground, more than likely. So incredibly dangerous situation for storm chasers. There's so many of them along this road to the west of the Ipava.
Hey, Ryan, definite
Sure,
tornado, large tornado on the ground.
hopefully
Our
we can get the
windshield
word out
shattered
to
out.
them.
We're trying to get south out of
This
this.
is an incredible storm.
All chasers, this is a message going out to all of our chasers. If you are on the storm near Industry in Vermont and Illinois, this likely has 2 twin tornadoes, and it is ramping up very fast, and there's a lot of traffic on all of the exit routes here. Just wanted to give you guys a heads up. Okay, so once again, guys, you're looking at a live view here of a developing tornado. Unfortunately, this is going to be a pretty bad situation for anybody in the path of it here, including all of our storm chasers. They are in a dangerous spot, as there's a lot of people out here trying to produce, storm chasing content or whatever. So this highway, Highway 5, towards between Pleasant. I'm sorry. Let me get my bearings straight here. The highway 136 here between Table Grove and Duncan Mills is a very dangerous spot. And also the North Country Highway 13 is going to be an extremely dangerous spot over the next little bit. So what you're looking at here is a tornado that is intermittently making contact with the
Ryan,
ground.
it's Brad. Dropping down to Lewistown right now. There's an escape route over there if we need to, but that also makes it so that way we can track it further northeast.
Okay, so that was Brad. Guys, I mean, we're watching a tornado come together here in front of us. It's a pretty big one. And we're going to continue to watch this come down towards Lewistown. I'm also incredibly concerned about the town of Table Grove and Ipava or Ipava. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Make sure you guys are getting into your safe spot. And look at this. Look at this Congo line of chasers here. We've got traffic at the stop sign. Very dangerous situation. Please don't be out on the roads if you don't have to be, guys. This is an incredibly violent storm that's getting ready to take place here. There's your rotation. There's Table Grove. I want everybody in the town of Table Grove to be underground, and I want you to, get into the most interior room of your home if you don't have that option. Ipava, Ipava. You guys also need to be getting to shelter as well as Lewistown. Now, let's quickly go back to Des Moines. Okay, back to Des Moines. Storm chasers. There's one. There's Brandon Kopic here. If you guys have the Radar Omega app, pull this up. You guys can see it right there. There's a tornado on the ground.
Hey Ryan, we got baseballs. My car has a sunroof, so hopefully my sunroof stays intact. But right now we're blasting east, getting away from this.
This is a live look, once again, at the tornado that is in Iowa. I don't want to confuse anybody, okay? I do not want to confuse anybody. This tornado, specifically the one that we're looking at here, is in Iowa. We also have a tornado in Illinois that our other storm chasers are on, okay? So what you're looking at here is a tornado that's on the ground south of Pleasantville. Our storm chaser here that you're seeing through the Radar Omega app, Brandon Kopic, is just to the south of Pleasantville on Highway 92. He's looking south, okay? This tornado is getting ready to cross the road on Highway 5 and go between Pleasantville and Donnelly. Wow. I mean, geez, man. Look at that.
Marion County Sheriff has eyes on it as well, so you might come across anything. I have not heard of any damage, so
doesn't look like anything's been hit so far, but that's a big one.
Be advised, though, that lake, there's a lake near you that was.
That's a big one, and it's getting bigger. So unfortunately, now we have a big tornado on the ground here, getting ready to come up towards Donnelly and Otley here in Iowa. Everybody needs to take shelter right now if you haven't already. And remember, we have 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. One of them is this just incredible storm that we're seeing here in Iowa. Once again, this is Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic in the Radar Omega app, giving us this view. And then we also have one back in Illinois. I'm going to quickly go back to Illinois. Nick, what is that? Is that Nick? Brandon Clement, the name? Okay. All right, so here we go. This is Brandon Clement. Where's the name? Okay. I can't show that until the name. Okay. This is Storm Chaser Brandon Clement. This is also in Iowa here.
We are now getting power flashes at our location.
All right, guys. If you're just now tuning in, things are a little chaotic here. But what's happening is we've got a tornado on the ground in Iowa near Pleasantville. That's what you're seeing here live on the screen. And then we also have a large tornado, a dangerous tornado on the ground in Illinois as well. All of our other storm chasers are currently focused on that one. And that's moving towards Lewistown in Illinois. We want everybody in Lewistown, Illinois to run, don't walk. Run, don't walk to shelter as we have a tornado outbreak happening now. Look at this one. This one, the one over here in Iowa right now is extremely photogenic. Hopefully we can get him to turn his camera a little bit to the left there. But I'm sure you guys have seen it. This is an extremely photogenic tornado, but it's still damaging, and it's coming very close to Pleasantville in Iowa. I think it's going to miss the town to the east, but then it's going to go on up towards Monroe. Come on, Brandon. What's he doing? He's trying to hide it from us. Thankfully, I think it's in an incredibly rural area right now, so I don't think it's hitting anything right now. So that's incredibly good news. But still, if you're in the path here anywhere in Warren, Poweshiek, Jasper, Mahaka, Marion County, Iowa, you got to take shelter right now. Unfortunately, it's a different situation back here where our other storm chasers are in Illinois. Okay. So Brian, Allen, Chris, and all these guys are close to another large tornado that's coming towards Lewistown, Illinois. Last I heard is we saw power flashes. I want to get an update from Brian Allen. I want to see if he's hearing anything because he's in a good spot. Brian, You got anything visual on that storm? Are you seeing a tornado? We're getting conflicting reports all over the board. What's going on right now? Chris, Nick, and Hunter, all these guys are going in this direction, trying to get away from the storm. But there's obviously a lot of traffic right in there. It's an incredible supercell. Something like you really hardly ever see in Illinois. I'm sure you guys can see the structure on that through Brad's camera, Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. But unfortunately, the base of this storm on radar especially looks like it's either producing a large tornado right now or it's about to. And I want to remind everybody in Ipava or Ipava, whatever that is in Illinois, and Lewistown to please take immediate shelter. This is an incredibly dangerous storm. And then let's go back to our Pleasantville storm. It looks like that tornado has lifted. The tornado that was on the ground near Pleasantville, I believe, has lifted at least momentarily. It'll probably come back as an occlusion has happened, but we've seen that happen before with this storm. Now we've got to be watching out in Monroe and Otley in Iowa because that's where the potential new tornado will eventually go. We've also got to watch the rest of these storms, man. They're all producing these little dangly bits. Okay, see this? That curls up. This will produce a tornado over here to the south and west of Des Moines. Same thing with this. There's a lot of potential tornadoes trying to come together here near Pleasantville or around Des Moines, I should say, all around Des Moines. Now, in Des Moines right now, you're fine, but definitely do not let your guard down. These storms are going to be in your general vicinity very soon. Back over to, wow. I mean, what in the world? Our supercell that's approaching Ipava and Lewistown right now is just incredible. It's both in real life presentation and on radar. This is an incredibly dangerous storm. We're talking about giant hail, very, very strong winds, and potentially big time tornado here if this thing continues to go unscathed. Ipava is what it is, I believe. Oh, and I've got other videos. I've got new videos of that tornado in Iowa on Twitter. If you guys want to go to Twitter and see that, I can't share it. It's copyright. Storm Chasers, we got to respect the copyright. But I am retweeting a lot of content around this. And the reason I'm doing that is, first of all, a lot of you want to see it, right? Like a lot of you just are interested in storms. But second of all, if we can retweet and share some of this imagery, it makes people take these storms more seriously. We know this works. It's not a theory of mine. It's 100% truth. We learned that in the last event where we had 4 million people watching because of the mass media retweeting and sharing of all these tornado pictures and stuff that we had. So, if you want to go help us spread the word on that, Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. And this is from Tom Blackford near Knoxville, Iowa. Very picturesque tornado there. I believe that the one in Illinois, it's still down, is not going to be that pretty. This is the kind of storm that produces a nasty kind of tornado. It's crazy how immediately right this thing has started turning. Crazy. Dang. Yeah, and there's another video that I just posted. This is incredible stuff.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. You should see it on the stream right now. It is elevated. I do not see ground circulation right now, but a large rotating bowl funnel.
Hey, Ryan, we have another tornado down behind us.
Okay, so that was the voice of Chris Hall. Chris is in the same area as Brad Arnold. It doesn't look like through Brad's feed that there is a tornado down. There's definitely a rapidly circulating bowl funnel there for sure at the base of this supercell. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's on the ground.
Hey Ryan, we do have ground circulation now.
Yeah. This is a live look right now at a tornado on the ground just to the south and east.
I apologize in advance for the power pole.
Just to the south and east of Ipava. And fortunately, right now, for the immediate couple of minutes, this is in a rural, not very populated area. Not a lot of people out here. However, in the very near future, this tornado is going to go into a pretty populated area. You see, if you're looking at this right now, where this is going is pretty much directly towards either the town of Lewistown, the town of Duncan Mills, or the road in between. And either way you go, there's stuff there. All right. We've got commercial businesses all up and down the Highway 24 there. We've got residential areas on Highway 24. So we want to make sure that we are getting serious and we are letting people know ahead of time how dangerous of a situation this is. This is a big tornado coming together right now in Fulton County, Illinois. Wow. That's nuts. Okay. I want to dive into the mesoscale a little bit. Lewistown, Illinois. This is live happening right now. Tornado is currently just to the north of Highway 136 to the east of Ipava. Okay. Now it's going to, I believe it's going east. I believe it's going northeast, but more east because it's taking that hard right turn. And that's going to pretty much make it parallel Highway 136 here over the Spoon River. All right. Right now, we're probably going to see, you probably won't be able to tell very well, but we'll at some point see the water from the Spoon River get sucked up into this thing. And then it's going to go towards Highway 24. Okay. And whenever that happens, it's going to enter either the town of Lewistown or the area just south of Lewistown on the Highway 24 corridor. If the tornado does come into town, it's going to come in on the side where La Fogata is, the Lewistown Church, the youth storage facility, and the Fulton County Fair. If you guys know where that is, the Lewistown TWP garage.
Ryan, this appears to be headed right into the town of Lewistown. We're going to go catch it, intercept it right as it's going into town.
Okay, sounds good. Keep us updated and be careful. We've got you full. Okay, so once again, it's going to go right towards Lewistown, guys. Unfortunately, Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm watching the storm to the north and east of Des Moines. There's some circulation showing up in there that are starting up. I think there's multiple supercellular structures here that are kind of in this mess around Haverhill and Melbourne, Iowa. So the warm front is surging to the north up here. It's going to start. It's going to have maybe just a bit of tornado possibilities before it passes to the north. So if there's a A tornado warning issued up in these counties, Marshall County and Tama County. Be ready to take shelter.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, pointing out these areas of new circulation up here in Iowa. Now we still have a tornado warning for Pella, Sully, and these places, but it looks like that tornado has since lifted. Okay, so we want you to stay in your safe spot, but for now we are going to go back and kind of pay close attention to this situation that we have developing in Illinois, because we have a big tornado down here coming towards the town of Lewiston. All right, I'm going to pull up our storm chaser feed here, and oh man,
A new tornado warning has
what's
been issued.
really unfortunate is this thing is rain wrapped. We had a view of it. We had a view of it moments ago, but now the big nasty tornado is behind a shield of black. Wow, that is an ominous sight if I've ever seen one. Once again, this is coming right towards the town of Lewistown, Illinois. Inside of that big rain shaft is a monstrous tornado. Unfortunately, it's probably going to start doing damage visibly soon here on the radar. Wow. I'm hoping that there's a chance that this goes just to the south of town, but there's no point in talking about that too much. We need everybody in the town of Lewistown, Illinois, to be underground. You want to be underground. We don't know what's in those rain curtains, but according to what I'm seeing on radar, it's not good. It's not good. All right, what do we got here? This is another view from Storm Chaser Caleb B. in Fulton County, Illinois, giving us a view from the other side. Let's see if we can talk to him. Caleb, last we saw, there was a tornado on the ground with this thing. It looks like it's probably rain wrapped now. Do you got any signs of a rotation or anything still with that? Wow.
Yeah, Ryan, it is directly here in front of us on our camera. You don't have to go into search and rescue. You can go here. There's a gentleman standing behind us that says that their house just got hit by the tornado, so we may be responding to assist. But you can see the lowering here through the rain. I'm just going to put the finger up.
Okay. I didn't really hear him, but I think I heard he mentioned they're going to have to transition over to search and rescue mode because the tornado likely hit a house in the path that they planned on taking to continue to chase the storm. So the big tornado here moving towards Lewistown right now. I really hope everybody in that town has got to shelter, because it's definitely coming to Lewistown. The only thing that we can hope for now is that an occlusion happens or something and it lifts before it gets into town. But if that doesn't happen, we're definitely going to see a tornado here once again entering on the western side of town, either down here where La Fagoda and the Storage Center is, or as far north as Hillside Road and the Front Porch Soap and Gift Shop near Ratcliffe Park. Okay. Either way you slice it, the tornado will be entering town on the western side over there, somewhere between those 2 points. And then it's likely going to go right through the center of town. Or hopefully it stays on the southern side. But, you've got places like the Countryside Family Dinner or Diner, Old Time Primitives, the Wash Zone Coin Laundry, and the Big Horse Inn and Suites, Kim's Daycare, New Horizons School. All of these places are in the path, unfortunately, to potentially take a direct hit from our big time tornado here in Illinois. Go ahead, Andy. Or was that Andy?
New information. This tornado warning
Ryan,
has been upgraded.
So this tornado right now, as it gets PDS warned, is occluding. It's going to the north just a bit, so Bryant and St. David should definitely be in shelter as well. There's also an immediate cycle we can observe. If you look at the latest velocity scan, you can see two dark blue areas. So the next cycle of the supercell, another tornado is possible right over the town of Lewistown. And then I looked at the conditions in the environment ahead of this. The supercell could easily track towards Peoria and definitely to the south of Peoria. So Pekin, South Pekin should be an advance. Y'all watch out here. Advance, heads up. Be ready to take shelter for the storm because it is supportive for the continuation of this cyclical supercell.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy, for that information. It does look like the original tornado is occluding, but we've got a new one forming fast. Look at this, another live view from Brad Arnold. If I could find it, where's he at? 4. Yeah, there you go. That's I believe this is the secondary tornado forming right in front of our eyes here as it moves closer and closer.
Hey, Ryan, visually from our location, there's twin tornadoes.
So we might have currently two tornadoes. One of those is occluding. Oh, my goodness. Go ahead, Riley.
I just told Carly to put his feet in, but Brian Allen has a big cone tornado and it's going just northeast of Lewiston.
Okay. All right. Big cone tornado just to the northeast of Lewiston. I think that's the one that is occluding. I hopefully the town of Lewistown gets missed. But if that's not the case, hopefully we did everybody's, hopefully we got the word out to everybody in that town and they're in their safe spot. There it is. There's a live look at a tornado here in Lewistown, Illinois. And this one, like Andy said, it's kind of occluding to the north. So Bryant and St. David also need to be in their safe spots. This could curve right up towards you. We've seen weirder things happen with these storms, especially with the occlusion process. It looks like, you can see there's probably 2 tornadoes. One of them is a new one. And then the other one is going to be kind of the old circulation wrapping up here. And the electric activity in this storm is ramping up as well. And what Andy just talked about as well as the environment out in front of this storm. This could be a supercell that produces multiple tornadoes over the course of several miles. So now we really have to watch out in Manito, Illinois, Pekin, Glassford, and Peoria, Illinois. Now, personally, I think that there is a chance that this storm, the tornadic portion of the storm, goes south of Peoria right now. We don't want to bank on that or anything. But here's the thing. In Peoria, you're still going to get hit by this storm no matter what, and you're going to see very large hail, damaging winds, and then, of course, the potential tornado. So get ready in Peoria. More importantly, though, Manito, Liverpool, South Pekin, all you guys are in the path of a very, very dangerous situation as this tornado continues to ramp up and move towards these towns. Bryant, St. David, seriously, you guys are right in the path of this thing. So please take shelter right now. Currently, the tornado is getting ready to cross over Highway 97 just to the north of Lewiston. It's then going to more than likely parallel Highway 100 near Hightail Field, Fulton County Playhouse, all the way up to Bryan's Boondocks near Bryant. And then there's more than likely going to be another tornado here that forms, or that will end up being the main circulation. And wow, it's just an incredibly fast series of events here that has led to this happening. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a big tornado on the ground in Illinois moving towards St. David and Bryant in Illinois. This is to the south and west of Peoria. We are concerned about the town of Peoria as well being included in this. So that's that storm. We also have a tornado warning still back here in Iowa. All right. Back here towards Iowa, we do have a tornado warning for Sully and Galesburg. We had a very visible tornado on camera from Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic just moments ago. That specific tornado has been, defeated. I guess it's lifted, but it looks like a new one might be trying to form here. Okay. And there's a ton of storm chasers in the Radar Omega app. You can click on them and you can get a view of what's going on through them. Okay. So I know there's a lot of you guys following along with me. If you want to focus on that storm, you can do that in the Radar Omega app. I'm going to be going back and forth between the two. Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, I see chat's really concerned about
Ryan,
Caleb.
a
Just
large
wanted to say I
emergency
just talked
personnel
to him.
heading.
He is okay. That is just hail damage to his windshield, but other than that, he is just fine.
Okay, Caleb is fine. Chris is fine. Chris is saying something though. I don't know what he's saying. They cut him off. Chris, that last message cut off. What do you got?
A large emergency personnel presence heading back north from our location.
Okay. All right. So unfortunately, it does look like this tornado is hitting stuff in and around Lewistown. And just like I said earlier, this is now paralleling Highway 100 here near Hightail Field, moving right up towards Bryant. The tornado was originally moving east-northeast or east-northeast. Now it's got almost a due north pulled to it as the tornado occludes. And Bryant and St. David, that puts you right in the path. Wow. What a incredible supercell here, moving towards Peoria and Manito in Illinois. If you know anybody in this area, please spread the word. Please let them know what's going on here. An extremely dangerous situation is unfolding as these storms continue to get stronger. We're watching a PDS tornado, so a particularly dangerous situation here. A large, violent tornado on the ground approaching Bryant, Illinois. But we're watching more areas than just this. This is probably going to be a tornado outbreak tonight. Okay. We've got another tornado developing right now in Iowa, back towards Sully and Linville and Searsboro. A new tornado is going to form out here, and that's going to bring some potential damage up towards Montezuma. Okay, we got another view of this developing tornado here from Storm Chaser Caleb B. Look at that. Look at that. So this is the storm. What you're seeing on the screen. This is the storm that's ultimately approaching.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad.
south of Pekin.
Sorry about that. We were intercepting and got it right there. It is definitely still on the ground. It does, if you're looking at radar, it does appear to be occluding. So if there are any storm chasers or anybody that is north towards the Canton area, they need to be watching this very closely because it does appear like it is occluding, and that can get some people into big trouble.
So yeah, exactly. And once again, we're looking at storms in Iowa and Illinois. This one that you're looking at on the feed is in Illinois. And I'm telling you, we're getting ready to see a new tornado pop out of this thing. The occluding tornado, I believe, is going to probably impact Bryant and St. David. But there's a new hook, a new, southern part of the storm, base of the storm that's trying to form here that will try to produce a new tornado, maybe over here towards Manito, Banner, or Glassford as we go forward. Yeah, Caleb B does need a new windshield. There's the reason his windshield is busted is because of the large hail associated with this storm. And it's important that we talk about that too, because Peoria, this is coming for you. The tornadic part of the storm, let's hope to goodness it stays to the south of Peoria. But here's the brass tacks. The big hail core, the big nasty part of the storm here that's busting out windshields. It's currently in Canton and Banner. That's going to come up towards Bartonville, East Peoria, and Peoria Heights within the next 30 minutes. Okay, so you guys need to be watching out for a potential tornado, but definitely strong winds and hail coming in.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
So we've got a new PDS tornado warning for Fulton, Peoria, and Tazewell County in Illinois. So now we have the official word from the National Weather Service. Peoria County is under a PDS, confirmed PDS tornado warning. This does not include downtown Peoria, but it does include Banner, Canton, Norris, and Glassford in Peoria County. A good one to put up there if we need one is Bryce Shelton, because he's in a good spot. I don't know how many people we've got watching. Hopefully, we're sharing, we're getting the words out there. Remember, you don't have to send them the link to my stream. We're going to be here throughout the whole thing. Just at least, if you know somebody in Peoria or any of these towns that we're talking about tonight, just at least text them or call them and tell them to pay attention to the weather somehow. Whether it's on their TV, on their phone, whatever it is, tell them to pay attention to the weather and that these tornado warnings tonight are not your average everyday tornado warnings, and they need to be taken this seriously. These are the kinds of storms that kill people, okay? I don't want to sugarcoat it. And the goal today is 0 fatalities. And with the power of the amount of people that are watching this right now, we can do that by spreading the word of the severity and the seriousness of the situation. We've got a PDS tornado warning for Fulton, Peoria, and Tazewell counties in Illinois. So the original tornado just missed downtown Lewistown, and also, I believe, Bryant, just to the west, is now occluding. And now it'll be interesting to see what happens here. This new dangly bit is what we call it here, may try to produce a new tornado here as it moves in this direction. Caleb B is giving us a look at not the occluded tornado. This is so the part of the storm that we see there, the lowering, I believe, is the new rotation that's popping up here near Liverpool. Yeah, this part of the storm that's hanging off down here. When you hear me say dangly bit, that's what I'm talking about. This is the concerning part of the storm. What we're going to look for is for it to curl up. Okay? Whenever it starts to resemble a hook, that means a new tornado is probably going to be forming here. Something that we can look out for that would be a good thing is if it kind of bows out like this. But I think we're in a pretty ripe environment here for this to continue producing tornadoes. So that's likely what it's going to do here as we continue to watch this thing unfold. And just a reminder, we're also keeping an eye on all these storms back here to the west. We have no more tornado warnings in Iowa. Okay, so we had a tornado on the ground in Iowa earlier near Knoxville and Pleasantville. That tornado has since lifted. The supercell that spawned it is still here. Okay. But it's no longer producing a tornado. We have to watch the storms that are approaching Des Moines, though, as those will be entering a similar environment soon, and those could produce a tornado as they get closer to Des Moines. Currently, no warnings, though, right now. Looks like Caleb B has come across some traffic here. My goodness, is this storm chaser traffic? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah, so the original tornado, I believe, is still up here. And the only thing that occluding means is that the storm, in very simple terms, the tornado is getting kind of absorbed into the storm, right? A lot of times tornadoes move this way relative to the motion of the storm, but whenever the occlusion process happens, the circulation gets absorbed up into the forward flank of the storm. That's what's happening here. Okay, it's getting absorbed farther north into the storm. So pay attention. You see that right there is where the circulation is. And then if I switch back over to radar, the new area of circulation is going to be happening over here. So we've got an occlusion process happening, and a new tornado is probably going to try to form here and move towards Banner and Glassford. But everybody in the polygon here needs to be in their safe spot. This tornado could continue right on up towards Canton. Canton and Norris in Illinois. Take shelter immediately. Wow. Once again, some incredible, just downright incredible imagery of these tornadoes on Twitter. I can't share them over the air. We want to protect the copyright for these storm chasers. But if you want to see this stuff and if you want to help me share it and get the word out about how serious the situation is, please do so over on Twitter. At twitter.com/Ryan Hall, y'all, or just at Ryan Hall, y'all. What's going on in Iowa? A lot of severe storms right now. We don't have any tornadoes in Iowa for the moment. I do expect that to change. This storm that's moving into Linville, Iowa, is starting to look a little suspicious again. I would watch out in Jacobs and Malcolm up there around I-80 in Iowa. I am also interested in this little part of the storm here near McBride in Iowa on the southwestern side of Des Moines. Neither of these are producing a tornado currently, but they could very soon. So that's what we're keeping an eye on, especially up here near Linville. I would watch that incredibly closely in Linville and Searsboro in Iowa. Okay. Go ahead, Andy.
All right, Ryan. I think we're getting ready to see the next cycle of this tornado warning in Illinois. We definitely see those greens popping up there. That's where that rear flank of the storm and it's descending air, and all that needs to do is establish start connecting with the inflow here to start rotating. So I believe we're going to see the next cycle of this pretty soon here. This would warrant another tornado warning in the near term on the southern part of the storm, which would go more towards Pekin. But once again, this would also have the same ability to occlude and start moving north on deviant motion into the core of the storm and become rain wrapped. So, like I said, I think this is going to be a cyclical supercell. No matter how long it takes for each cycle, it's still going to pose an imminent threat.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. It does look like the rotation is picking back up here where Hunter is. And we're going to watch this, unfortunately, get close to some really populated areas here soon. I hope that everybody in
Hey,
South
Ryan, it's Brad.
Pekin.
I'm worried that northern cell has occluded. We've got a strengthening circulation to our south.
Yeah, and Brad is unfortunately confirming our suspicions here of a strengthening circulation to the south. Guys, this is going to produce another tornado, I believe. And it's going to come right towards Pekin and South Pekin in Illinois. Really unfortunate timing with that occlusion. It's going to be kind of in the perfect spot to ramp up as it gets closer to South Pekin. So some smaller communities that are also in the path here are Radville, Talbot, Kingston Mines, Pekin, South Pekin, and like Schaeferville in Illinois. Now, if you're up here in Bartonville, East Peoria, Bellevue, or Peoria, I think for the most part, the tornadic threat is lower. It's not zero. Like Andy said, this thing could still go right up into Peoria
A
if
new
it wanted
tornado
to.
warning has been issued.
But I think that the main tornado threat is going to remain to the south of downtown. I don't know that for sure, but still, you guys are going to get in on some major hail here. We're talking about 2-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds getting ready to get into Peoria within the next 20 minutes or so. Yeah, that circulation is coming together right there. Unfortunately, that's going to try to produce a tornado here soon, moving towards Pekin and South Pekin. I know my wife is watching, and we've got some friends that live in this area, and hopefully we're doing a good job of getting the word out to them about what's going on here. And hopefully you guys are doing that as well. Right now, let's say this does produce a tornado and it goes through the town of Pekin. If everybody in that town knew right now, that's probably a 30-minute heads up. That's a big deal. So we're not, obviously we can't know with 100% certainty that that's going to happen, but if it does, getting that warning out early is going to be a big thing, a positive thing. And it looks like it's coming down now. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's very dark. I do not like the look of this supercell, though.
Hey, Ryan, we've got a tornado on the stream right now.
Okay, so that is a tornado. This is a tornado that's on the ground right now in Illinois, guys, near Banner and Radville. If you're in Radville, Banner, or Talbot, you've got a couple minutes before this thing impacts your area. Dang. Sorry, I'm just waiting for some one more radar scan to come in here. Yeah, I don't like the look of that. Once again, tornado on the ground. We believe it was at least just a moment ago. Brad's in one, right? Okay, yeah. Just to the south of Banner, and I mean this thing is just raring up. You really hate to see this. This is a classic hook echo coming off of a monster supercell here. Meteorology 101 tells you that a big tornado is going to try to form right here. Go ahead and pull up the mesoscale. Where's Banner? Okay. Essentially, there's a chance that this kind of rides the Illinois River. If you're from the area here, you know where the Illinois River is. I do believe that if the tornado is still down at this very moment, it's somewhere near that river, near the Sand Ridge State Forest. Next up, it's going to kind of parallel the Illinois River between Manito and Talbot. Okay. And this is all very rural areas, but there's stuff out here. Okay. We've got the Spring Lake Missionary Church. We've got all kinds of churches in this general area. It's also a residential zone. And then from there, it's either going to continue to parallel the Illinois River or it'll kind of branch off a little bit towards South Pekin and Midway. So an entire area between South Pekin and Pekin is where I'm currently most concerned about this potential tornado coming through here. Where's Chris? Okay, Chris is still in Lewistown. I don't know what's going on out there. Have we heard from Chris, Riley?
Yes, Chris is unable to chase. He has legitimately no windshield left.
Oh, wow.
So he's looking to see if there's anything he can do to help people. And then him and Caleb are going to be done due to the hail damage to their vehicles.
Okay. All right. If you're just now tuning in, we got a tornado warning for Fulton, Mason, Peoria, and Tazewell counties in Illinois. We're really watching the southern part of the storm here to see if it's going to produce a big tornado. It looks like it's trying to. It looks like it wants to. And we did have one on the ground just moments ago. I don't know if it's still there or not, but if it is, this is still on a path to hitting Pekin or head on here. Yeah, your storm chase can definitely be halted by hail, especially if it is baseball size hail like we're dealing with this storm. If you're just now tuning in, we have a very dangerous tornadic supercell thunderstorm southwest of Peoria. The tornadic part is going to move towards Pekin, but the entire Peoria metro area is really under the gun here for an extremely strong storm. A confirmed large and dangerous tornado is on the ground to your southwest if you're in Pekin, and it's heading your way. Do not wait for the last minute. Last couple of frames here, it does look like it's struggling with that last little flip. We're not seeing that big curl here, which is good news, but I mean, we still got a tornado here and lots of ground to cover before it gets into the more populated areas there. Currently have two tornado warnings. They are both in Illinois, and they are both associated with this storm specifically. So there's a lot of other storms happening right now. We've got a ton of severe thunderstorms moving through Iowa, all the way down into Kansas, but none of these are tornadic at the moment. We are mostly seeing damaging winds and hail with all of these storms that are moving through Des Moines. We're also going to see these move through St. Joseph, Smithville, Kansas City, and Topeka here soon. But once again, hail, damaging winds, that's going to be your main threats down there. Such a fascinating storm to watch on radar. Brad Arnold is behind it. I'm wondering if he still sees anything. Brad, whenever you get a second, give us an update. Are you still seeing anything out there? getting dark, so it's harder to tell exactly where the tornado is. And honestly, at this moment, the storm chasers, this is a very important part of the process because radar doesn't look 100% convincing right now. So we really need to hear from the storm chasers if this is still down. I mean, you can see how much more convincing the velocity signatures were back here. This is when we had the big tornado come down near Lewistown, move up just past Bryant, and then St. David. And then we've got the new circulation over here. It's just not quite as robust. Go ahead, Riley.
Nick Gorman just had power flashes. We do not have a feed from him at this time, but they're unable to confirm whether or not it's from a tornado or inflow, but something is causing significant damage.
This storm, regardless of whether there's a tornado down or not, is going to be causing significant damage here in the general Peoria metro.
Yeah, sorry, this is a bad service area. I'm trying to get my stream back up. But we had that power flash probably about 2 minutes ago. It appears like it's on the ground, but it's tough to tell with just power flashes. That could be obviously from wind damage. But as soon as I see something, I'll let you know.
All righty. Thank you, Brad, Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, giving us the latest there. We just got a new, I believe, a new tornado warning in Iowa here. So let's check that out. I believe it's this one right here. And this is confirmed again. So this is the storm that caused the tornado back here near Knoxville, Iowa. It's recycled and it's producing a tornado. Or 6 miles northwest of Montezuma, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. A damaging tornado is on the ground. Emergency management confirmed the tornado. So Malcolm, Brooklyn, and Hartwick, take shelter immediately, please. Still watching this storm approach Peoria. Man, I mean, this is just the perfect looking supercell on radar. The hail core is going to go through Peoria. You're starting to see the hail in Tuscarora and Hollis. You're starting to get it in Bartonville and Bellevue right now, downtown Peoria. Your next is going to be a very, very gnarly storm. The rotation on the southern end does not look as impressive as it did before. So hopefully that's a good sign. But I'm telling you guys right now, if this thing is capable at all of producing a tornado, it's going to happen right here. And it could be producing a tornado right now. It's dark. We've got the hook echo. We've got power flashes, apparently. That could be from strong damaging winds or from a tornado that's on the ground. It's going to come right towards Pekin. Okay. So this is a very populated area. We want everybody in their safe spots. We got two tornado warnings. One's in Iowa. That's for 8:30 p.m. For Tama County, and then the other one is in Illinois, near Peoria. We've got a ton of storm chasers in this zone right here. I mean, Hunter is right here. Nick Gorman's right here. Brad Arnold's right here. Bryce Shelton's right here. Brian Allen's right here. I mean, there's no way that we miss this tornado as it moves towards Pekin. But like, I'm hoping what's happening here is the thing's falling apart. We can hope. Let's see if we can't talk to Nick. Nick, are you seeing anything right now? Or what's the last thing that you saw that would look suspicious?
Hey, Ryan, you got a copy?
Hey Ryan, we saw some power flashes about 5 minutes ago while we were sitting next to the edge of town. Right now we're still trying to keep up with it. The inflow is still cranking, and we'll let you know if you see anything else, but the lightning is insane with the storm.
Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
Hey, we just went through Pekin. We're popping out the east side. We're going to turn around and get a view of the storm, get the drones up. But there is no tornado sirens in Pekin at all. People just walking around. There's nothing. So if anyone's in the stream in Pekin, you mean you get in your safe spot right now.
Okay, one of the reasons that might be happening is because there is some power outages happening in this area too. So another fantastic use case of the stream here, a charged phone with cell data. They're still going to be able to watch. They're still going to be able to know what's happening here. All it takes is a phone call. No tornado sirens going off though in Pekin, which is a bad deal in a situation like this. If you've ever needed a tornado siren, it's right now and in Pekin, as you are under a tornado warning. I'm hoping that this thing is like, I mean, it just doesn't look as healthy now. I'm hoping this thing is falling apart. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, it's hard to tell. We're hearing about power flashes. Jeez. And by the way, here is Chris's windshield. My goodness. Yeah, that's why Chris is no longer chasing right now. He's that takes some big hail to do that, by the way. And that's, you know, the same storm that's getting ready to impact downtown Peoria right now. What are power flashes? Power flashes are flashes of light that occur near the ground, usually associated with power lines being ripped apart, or like, you know, maybe even sometimes transformers. And that's just usually a sign of very high winds, and a lot of times a tornado. The lightning with this storm is absolutely incredible. If you look at Brian Allen's stream, he's got anvil crawlers there. And if you're anywhere in Illinois, between Winona, Pontiac, Bloomington, Hudson, El Paso, you're going to be able to see these things too, more than likely, even from a distance. Is it getting ready to cycle? So the storm has been in a recycling phase for a while now. The original tornado occluded back here towards Bryant. There was a tornado that hit just to the north of Lewistown. And then ever since then, We've been waiting on this new area of circulation to produce a new tornado, and it has a couple of times. I just can't tell. I don't know what's going on. I feel like the supercell overall is dying out, and that's a good news, but it's not a cause for anybody to not take shelter. It just means that this might not be a worst case scenario. The tornadic part of the storm is going to go right towards Pekin, North Pekin. But the tornadic part of this storm is not as robust as it was back when we saw all the pictures of the tornadoes. If you're just now tuning in, we've got 2 tornado warnings. One's in Iowa. The other one is in Illinois. We've kind of been focusing on this one in Illinois, but back in Iowa, I do want to show you that one. We've got a pretty tight area of rotation here. We've got a curved supercell storm that is potentially producing a tornado near Malcolm. I would watch out in Hartwick and potentially Haven and Chelsea as this storm moves off to the north. But honestly, that is that's the warm front right there. That storm's going to ride off to the north. We might have to watch these ones up here near Davenport. We've got this storm over here near Peoria. That's obviously causing some problems. But there's nothing else down here in the warm sector. There's no more supercells right now anyways. So the very ripe environment for tornadoes is kind of dissipating, or the opportunity for storms to take advantage of it is slightly dissipating. So the Storm Prediction Center, I do believe, has downgraded the northern moderate risk to an enhanced. Now, the southern moderate risk in southern Missouri, Arkansas, and eastern Oklahoma that's maintaining. This is going to continue to be a problem tonight. We haven't even seen any storms down here really. But we will, and it's likely that those will be tornado producers as well as we go into the later tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow. Man, that if this ends up passing over Pekin and Peoria without doing anything, I mean that is a
new tornado warning has been
unbelievably
issued.
Fortunate thing because this is kind of like the perfect supercell, and it had just like the worst trajectory it could possibly have had. For whatever reason, though, it might not do a worst case scenario situation here, which is great news. We want everybody in Pekin and Peoria to stay in their safe spots, though. Stay in your safe spots. Also, Germantown Hills, Washington, Morton, Peoria, Goodfield, you guys are all under a tornado warning now, too. There are no tornado warnings in Arkansas right now. There's a moderate risk for severe weather tonight. Wow. Look at the light show in Des Moines. Yeah, there. One storm chaser. Now it's not a storm chaser that works with us, but one storm chaser was hit by the tornado in what was the name of the place? Lewistown. But he is okay. I was honestly really concerned that more would be hit because there was such a traffic jam there. But one storm chaser got hit, and he's okay. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching a developing, a big supercell thunderstorm with a potential tornado here move through Peoria towards Washington, Morton, and Germantown Hills in Illinois. This storm looked like it was about to produce a big tornado. It did produce several tornadoes, but I think that right here, right before it's getting into Peoria, it's weakening a little bit. It can change very quickly, though, so we want you to stay in your safe spot. But still, just keep that in mind. I'm trying to share the good news as much as the bad news, you know? Who got hit? Storm chaser. That's all I know for now. There's a lot of them out there, and it's none of the ones that you have seen on my stream. Wow. I mean, that's amazing. The supercell has just... I mean, it's just being eaten alive. We still got a rotating area of the storm down here near North Pekin, though, that we have to keep a very close eye on. Anything new? No, not
Hey
really.
Ryan, it's Chris. Just giving you an update. Had a huge adrenaline rush there for a second. The windshield is done for. We had bigger than baseball slapping us in the face. We're en route currently. Windshieldless almost to near the Peoria area, and hopefully can get a windshield hopefully tomorrow.
Chris is abnormally happy for somebody who just lost their entire windshield. That's a storm chaser for you, though. He'll get a new windshield. He'll be ready for tomorrow. There is an extended severe weather threat again tomorrow. I'm sure Chris will be chasing that. But by the way, I was getting ready to go back over to Iowa. There's still a very large wall cloud associated with this storm. There's a tornado warning for Tama County in Iowa. This storm is still rotating enough to maybe produce another tornado here, but it's not as prominent or promising, I guess, if you're looking for a tornado as it was earlier. So if I'm up here in Haven and Chelsea, I am watching out. I'm watching that one hard. Peoria, the rain is about to stop in Peoria. And honestly, that supercell is just dying, man. It is just going away. Look at this monster supercell back here. Produced a big tornado near Lewistown, hit some chasers, did damage near Bryant, produced bigger than baseball size hail near St. David. Looked like it was about to produce another huge tornado here as it approached Pekin. And then poof, poof. The thing is just going away. Thank goodness. You're still under a tornado warning in Washington, Germantown Hills, Peoria, so we want you to stay in your safe spots, but definitely it's looking like a better situation than what we had earlier. Yeah, whenever you've got a bunch of storm chasers out there in a situation like what we had there, where it was pretty chaotic and we had multiple tornadoes and there was occlusions happening and stuff, it's hard not for like one of the storm chasers to get hit by the tornado. Yeah, still a very strong storm getting ready to move into Germantown Hills. And we have no choice but to watch that storm as it moves off to the north and east to see if it tries to do anything else, because it's on the warm front. I mean, it's produced multiple tornadoes. We'll see what happens as it moves on off to the north and east. Honestly, it's on a trajectory to go towards Pontiac, but I don't know if it'll make it there. Trying to see if there's anything else happening up and down this line. By the way, strong line of storms getting ready to move into Topeka, Kansas. The only threat there is going to be hail and wind. Okay, the tornado threat with that is extremely low. Extremely low. We've got a similar situation going on back here in Des Moines. We just had a big storm go through Des Moines. Another one's getting ready to come through, but the only threat is hail and wind. There's a little bit more of a tornado threat the more east you go in Iowa, especially with this storm over here near Belle Plaine and Chelsea and Haven, but it's still nothing crazy. Just blown away by the the radar imagery here as this Peoria storm. By the way, Peoria, the storm's pretty much over for you. We are down to one tornado warning, and that's the one in Iowa. So the tornado warning for Peoria has been allowed to expire. The tornado warning for Peoria has been allowed to expire. The only one that we have left now is this one up here in Iowa. And honestly, this one needs to be allowed to expire or moved a little bit to the north here. But if I'm in Chelsea, I'm definitely watching this, because it definitely looks like this one could still produce a tornado. Now we've just got a severe thunderstorm warning for Germantown Hills and Spring Bay over here in Illinois. What an incredible supercell. That was crazy. I don't know what happened there. It just hit a brick wall here near Peoria. And thank goodness it did, because this was I'm talking about a half an inch, 2 steps, whatever you want to call it, away from producing a monster tornado. This is the kind of supercell that you just never want to see approaching a metropolitan area like that. But for whatever reason, it's completely fallen apart. Remember, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a big time severe weather risk here that is going to last quite a while. All right. We've got a continued enhanced risk for severe weather up here on the northern extent. The moderate risk has been disabled. That's obviously, we've seen 3 or 4 tornadoes tonight. That's what the moderate risk was for. But now the moderate risk or the target area, I guess you could say, is shifting to the south. We do believe that there's going to be some big time storms down here tonight. And of course, we'll be able to cover that for you as we go forward. At some point, I will end my stream But I think we're going to have meteorologist Andy Hill here for an extended period of time tonight, just in case things start going on with him. But I'm still here. I'm still going to be live here for the next while. So don't go anywhere as we're going to continue to cover these warnings. I also want to show you the future. I want to show you the future. All right, this is what the radar looks like now, essentially. This is what we're expecting to see over the next little bit. That line back here is going to continue to strengthen, and we're going to start to really watch the the potential convection out here in Arkansas and Missouri. Anything that pops up out here is going to have the ability to produce a tornado. It just depends on where it pops up and how long it lasts. Because look at all of that significant tornado parameter. I mean, the ingredients for tornadoes have never been more in place, really. But are we going to get a storm? That's what we don't know. And then once again, the severe weather threat does continue into tomorrow, and if needed, we will be live tomorrow as well, covering this through the Michigan area, the Indiana and Ohio area as well. This one up here is still rotating pretty good. I would watch that one in Iowa for sure. So is Arkansas only storms tonight? No, there is a tornado threat in Arkansas tonight. It's a complicated forecast. It just depends on if storms form. Is Andy around, or did he start his live yet? Is he live?
Nope, Ron, I'm right here.
Oh, okay. Andy, we're interested in your thoughts about what just happened and the near future of these storms.
Okay, so the Illinois one first.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over this supercell. I've been watching the dynamics influencing it. So a little bit ago, it looked like there wasn't really that much support above like the first kilometer above our heads in the air there for continued tornado genesis. I think that's why it's kind of falling apart. And over time, we're actually just going to see it continue to fall apart. I don't think it's going to persist at all as it goes to the north and east. So hopefully Chicago is fine from this. But again, all these areas are going to be under the gun once again for a cold front that's coming through with damaging winds, spin up tornadoes. So really what happened with the development of this supercell, in my opinion, there needs to be a lot of power, a lot of local forcing for a cycle of a supercell to actually establish itself on the ground and spin up a tornado. So when it does cycle, that doesn't mean that it's absolutely going to produce another tornado. It has to still be in the perfect conditions, and the storm could overrun itself. It can alter the environment in any way that makes it, not conducive for the genesis of another tornado. So I'm happy that it's mostly petered out here. Hopefully it didn't do too much hail damage in the town or in the city of Peoria. But beyond that, there's only so much we can see from the radar here and analysis of the atmospheric conditions. So we're just going to be happy for now that it was the better case.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update. And guys, if you're just now tuning in, this is live wall-to-wall coverage of a severe weather outbreak that is ongoing here in the really right now the upper Midwest. But the energy is going to transfer farther south. as we go into tonight and the early morning hours tomorrow. Immediately, the areas of concern are over here in near Cedar Rapids, just to the west of Cedar Rapids. There's a tornadic storm. I think the tornado warning on that's going to be allowed to expire here. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But we've also got some strong storms around Des Moines. South of Des Moines, we're going to have a strong line of storms with 60-mile-an-hour winds move towards Mount Ayr. And then Maryville getting ready to get in on some 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail. That's moving towards Stanberry in Missouri. And then how about you down here? Let me switch to the Kansas City radar. In Wathena and St. Joseph, 1-inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. All the way down this line, 1-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, also moving towards Topeka, Kansas right now. So we've got a big line of storms with damaging winds moving across the risk area. The threat for severe weather outside of that is diminishing for a lot of these places, the tornado threat especially. But the tornado threat is not zero. So we have to continue to think about that as we get closer to these storms happening. Looks like on the last frame there, our storm that just went through Peoria is going through a little bit of a split. It's still going to continue to decrease in intensity, though, as it moves off to the east, we believe. But there is a chance that some of the remnants of this will at least make it up in the general Chicago area, and we'll be watching that on its approach. Now the main tornado threat is shifting to the south, more towards what do you call it? Arkansas, my bad. You guys know what I'm talking about. But still, the severe thunderstorms up here are going to be a doozy. As they work through Kansas City, pretty much all of Iowa, all of Missouri, all of Western Illinois here. JT, thanks for the 14 months. John, thanks for all you do, Ryan. You are fueling my 9-year-old daughter's love of weather and her want to stay informed. Keep it up, and thank you again. Well, thank you, John. Thank you. How does Rockford, Illinois look? Rockford, Illinois looks like the warm front is approaching. So these storms will come up towards Rockford over the next hour or so, probably produce some hail and some winds. So watch out for that. Watch out for that. Andy, if you don't care to give me just a few more words here, I'm going to take a brief, like a 2-second break. I'll be right back.
All right, I got y'all. Hey, so just so you know, I have the scheduled broadcast that will go overnight here. Ryan will more than likely cover as much of the secondary moderate risk that's expected to go into the early night through the nighttime hours down for our friends in eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, and southern Missouri. So that is scheduled to go on in a couple hours, and then I'm going to be on literally through the morning past sunrise. And I'll see if I can keep going after that. I'll do my best to go as long as possible and maybe go alongside Ryan on Wednesday.
Hey, Ryan, we are southwest of Peoria currently, and tornado sirens just now started to go
you
off.
already know, or you're about to know, you're going to tell people. Sorry, the chaser's going to talk over me. I can't hear them when they talk, so you're just going to have to deal with that. Anyways, I'll be live. I'll be live through the night covering our friends down south there, and also wherever severe thunderstorm warnings and possibly spin-up tornadoes that warrant tornado warnings pop up through the cold front all the way up north. So Chicago will be watching out in the morning, Wednesday morning. Michigan will be watching out all day Wednesday. Indiana will be watching out all day Wednesday. Ohio will be watching out later into the night. on Wednesday, which is tomorrow, and then also for our friends in southern and southeastern Ontario, you'll want to be watching. So make sure that you are staying weather aware. The system's going to last a while. Thursday, it should peter out quite a bit. So don't on Thursday, we're looking at not too much, definitely nowhere near as much of an event as today. Okay, so just wanted you to know that, overnight we're going to be keeping up with this coverage. Keeping up with the coverage, making sure everybody is accounted for. So if you're in those risk areas further south, just in case, there's a chance this couldn't materialize, which would be fantastic. But just in case, make sure that you have a plan to stay up a little later tonight in Western Arkansas. So that's Fort Smith, Little Rock, areas around Springfield, Missouri. It's a good idea to stay up. So get yourself a hot beverage. Play a few more episodes of the show you're watching. Have a nice family night. Treat the kids to staying up later than you can, and also consider now just sending along a message to your employer if you have to go in. Just be like, hey, can I come in later on Wednesday if I live in Arkansas because I had to stay up and cover the tornado threat. Just for my family, for my friends, just to make sure they're all okay. It's a good idea to just ask for some leniency because this isn't something that should inspire a bunch of storm anxiety. It should be something that is good practice, keeps you weather aware, and just it's a nice way to go about things just to make sure you're safe. Awareness is good. So that's something I want to talk about. I talked about that in the recent video I uploaded, but so I'll reiterate it here just to let you know we will be covering this wall to wall.
All right. Thank you, Andy. And apparently, according to Chris, the sirens are just now starting to go off in Peoria. So if you're in Peoria and you're hearing that, rest assured that the storm is out of the area. I don't know what happened there. Another siren fluke. But yeah. That's the storm is gone from Peoria in every sense of the phrase there. So there is still a warning, severe thunderstorm warning for Metamora, but I don't even know if they'll continue the severe warning as this moves towards Minonk or Minonk. Shout out to Melina here. You've been she says, Ryan, you have been my sole role model for years now. I never miss a stream, and you are who I want to be when I grow up. You saw me on my 13th birthday. That really made my year. So I really want to say thank you for everything. Hey, Melina, thank you. You're going to be an awesome meteorologist one day. Thank you so much for sending that. I can't believe how incredible that supercell was. How it looked. And by the way, there's a lot of video, a lot of pictures and stuff on Twitter that I'm retweeting here of this supercell. It's just phenomenal stuff. If you're into storms, you'll appreciate a lot of this. So a lot of people are asking about their towns. I know it's confusing, but there's really nothing happening right now in the southern moderate risk. We're waiting for storms to initiate. That we do have some convection down here. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that. But yeah, go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, still watching the supercell just east of Des Moines now. So this is near Colfax and Prairie City in Iowa. I think it's right on the warm front again, so we could see that accentuated surface vorticity that would lead to a spin-up tornado in the near term. So I think that cell should be the next one we pay close attention to at the moment because it is right on the warm front.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. This storm that just went through Des Moines, we've been watching it. It was mostly a wind and hail threat, but there is, a similar thing happening here where it's latching onto the warm front, and we might see this try to spin up a tornado here as it moves towards Colfax, Prairie City, and Newton. All right, so if we live in this area, we're not under a warning. I mean, we're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but we're not under a tornado warning, but we're watching out for the potential for a tornado warning as we go forward. Of course, I was doing so good with the whole allergies, Mississippi-itis thing. But after a couple of hours of talking, I flared him right back up. Here's a picture from Brad Arnold of the tornado that just barely missed the town of Lewistown, Illinois earlier. Can my kids and I sleep safely in Wisconsin? I think that you're fine. I never ever suggest that people stay up and obsess over the weather, especially if they're only in a slight risk. But let me look at that exact location for you, just to give you a more clear view. Harry. Yeah, so yeah, I would definitely I would go to sleep. Yeah, you're fine up there. The thing is anybody who wants to be weather aware tonight should stay up and watch the situation unfold, especially if you're in that moderate risk. And Andy's going to be here with us through that. But if you have kids and they've got school tomorrow or something, if you especially if you're outside of the moderate risk by a significant degree, I think that it's okay to go to sleep. Now, this is another good moment to kind of call out something that is very helpful. A NOAA weather radio. You guys have heard me talk about these before. We've got them on my website. I talk about these all the time because I really do believe in this. His situation that he's in, can me and my kids go to bed safely tonight? That's a question that a lot of people are asking many spring nights throughout the year as these storm systems come through. Sometimes you have to, sometimes you got to go to sleep. Sometimes you can't just constantly be thinking about the weather. A NOAA weather radio from Midland specifically is your best tool to do that more comfortably. It's kind of like a smoke detector, right? Like if there's always a chance that your house catches on fire for whatever reason, but you're not up all night like looking around and looking at all the electrical outlets and stuff because you have a smoke alarm, right? A NOAA weather radio is similar to a smoke alarm, but for severe weather. So you can program them to where, if there's a tornado warning for your area, it blares it and it wakes you up in the middle of the night. There's even accessories on our website to where you can get a thing that shakes your pillow and wakes you up. You can get a flashing strobe light. And those are mostly for if you do have some sort of situation where you can't, if you got some sort of disability, but also they just add to the sensation. So that's what I would recommend. Obviously, you're not going to be able to get one tonight, though. I think they sell them at Target. So I would just be weather aware. Make sure you can get warnings on your phone. And follow Andy throughout the night. The Eagle Patriot said, Ryan, you saved us last week. You reported the tornado in Paris. You reported the tornado in Paris, Tennessee, 8 minutes before our sirens and the NWS sent the alerts out. I was already on my way to the shelter because of you. I'm glad that we were able to do that. And I appreciate you sending that message. I know I meet you guys. I see you guys out at Walmart now. Anytime I go anywhere. So like I know what we're doing is working and it's purposeful. But those messages, that's why we do this. That's why we take it so seriously. It's why I have essentially dedicated my entire life to this. The career section, anyways. I'm here a lot. And this is what I'm doing now. And there's a lot of youngins that are interested in this stuff too. My boys are obsessed with storm coverage. We live in Oklahoma, and they want to know, where are our storms? Keep up the good work. In Oklahoma, your storms are still on the way. If you're in eastern Oklahoma, it might be a while, but we do expect that this dry line is going to continue to convect all the way down here. And that's going to happen soon. You'll see storms pop up around Wichita, and then eventually you'll see them pop around Cherokee, Alva, Enid, and I think that there's going to be some prefrontal stuff continue to try to pop up around Fort Smith as well. And I'm watching this convection down here because this is especially like this supercell or this cell, for example. We're going to have to watch stuff like this throughout the night as, these could actually become big hailers and stronger storms with potential tornadoes as well. Nick Kristen Alexander says, Ryan, because of the awesome work you do, last Friday I was able to keep you on and relay the info to my sister who had a tornado about 5 miles from her house. It was the tornado that hit the town of Charlotte, Iowa. Thank you again for sending that. You guys don't have to, you're being super generous and awesome. And like, I really appreciate it, but you don't have to do that. Thank you. All pharmacy stores sell NOAA weather radios? Really? I don't think mine. Have you ever seen a weather radio at the pharmacy here? That's cool. Like, I think all pharmacies should definitely have that. That would be a cool thing. Like, you know where the pharmacy is, you know where a weather radio is. I do think that a lot of truck stops have them. Like a Love's. I think I've seen them there. Cedar Rapids, you've still got some time to go before the storms are done. You've got some time to go. Oh, we got a new severe thunderstorm watch for Oklahoma. A couple tornadoes possible. Scattered hail up to 2-inch in diameter possible. Scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible. This includes Guthrie, Tulsa, Bartlesville, Ponca City, and then it also includes parts of Kansas, Arkansas City up to Chanute. And that's for the expected continued convection that will continue down that line that we're currently seeing in Topeka. So that's a brand new severe thunderstorm watch. Oh, there's a lot of lightning with this storm back in Texas too. I want to look at this. Way down yonder, south and west of San Antonio, a rogue cell has popped up here with 150 cloud to ground lightning strikes within the last 5 minutes. This is producing big hail, and obviously a lot of cloud to ground lightning. And there's the considerable severe thunderstorm warning for it. That's probably going to go up towards San Antonio. Man, this is like some weird deja vu. We've definitely had something like this happen before, where the main focus area was like several hundred miles away from San Antonio, but they ended up stealing the show because of some big hailstorm. The hailstorm magnet down here. By the way, the National Weather Service does this cool thing now where all the warnings get displayed in Spanish as well as English on the Twitter accounts. There's the Spanish information for that. Doesn't make it quite up to San Antonio, but it gets close. And honestly, it'll probably make it there. Like just the warning box doesn't right now. Appreciate what y'all do. No one else like you on YouTube. Keep it up. Thank you for the kind words. So nothing for Iowa City. I think that's not right. Yeah, there's going to be storms in Iowa City. You're right here. Iowa City's here. These are storms. They're moving this way. This one near Newton is still trying to rotate. Still trying to be our tornado producer. It's just not doing anything right now. Looks like there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa, Illinois. This is going to bring some large hail, probably 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds to Serena, Northville, and Millington in Illinois. Yeah, sure. How does St. Louis look for tonight? St. Louis looks great. Hey, you want to say hi? Say hi. Hold on, how do I do this? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Guys, this is my son. Say hi. Say hi. You see Echo? He just wants to push the button. Here, look, push this one. Push this one. Guys, this is a false alarm. He just loves this. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. He's like running around having a ball. He loves when the lights flash. Echo and the weather wife are delivering dinner tonight. Bye bye bye. Apparently, Chris Hall is having a problem finding a windshield. So Safelite has nothing available until Thursday, he says. There's a lot of people watching. If anybody can help our buddy Chris Hall out, needs a new windshield. Hopefully by tomorrow. We want him to be able to storm chase tomorrow. I don't know if we've got that kind of pull here. The Y'all Squad. That'd be awesome if we could find a way to help out Chris. Just nothing from Safelite. Ryan, is Davenport safe? Davenport is definitely safe. But there are storms coming. Okay. This is so this is a lot different than the last time we covered severe weather, where it was a constant, nonstop, never-ending, just deluge of warnings. Tonight's a little bit different than that. There's going to be a lot, like we've already seen multiple tornadoes. We've seen, cars get flipped by tornadoes. We've got reports of one of the storm chasers, not ours, but a car got rolled several times by a tornado. We've seen several tornadoes tonight. There will be more, but it might be a little bit before they happen. It's not going to be back to back to back to back. And the Storm Prediction Center is watching the same thing that I was just talking about, monitoring a potential tornado threat over the next few hours. A tornado watch may be needed within the hour. This is for Arkadelphia, Little Rock, Pine Bluff, all the way down into Texas and Louisiana. Okay, so this is the next area that we're going to be concerned about here for severe weather. It's just slow. It's a slow burn tonight. But the tornadoes are still, unfortunately, coming. Chris Hall. Chris is still in. I think he's going to be able to make it up to Peoria, but I think he's in Lewistown right now. Yeah, so here's your moderate risk down here. This is the area of convection that I was talking about earlier, that now the Storm Prediction Center is considering issuing a tornado watch for. Lots of nader juice down here, y'all. Lots of it. And these storms are kind of in the perfect position to kind of bathe in it and potentially take advantage of that atmosphere and produce a tornado. Or 3. The Norse one says, have Chris contact me about his window. Man, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that through YouTube. If I hate to make it difficult, because if you're wanting to help, that's amazing. If you're wanting to help, that is amazing. And I hate to make it harder on you. But the best way to do it would probably be to join Discord or email. What email should they send it to, Frank? I'm drawing a blank. No, not Discord. Okay, well, help me help them. Help me help them help Chris. How do we get these people to reach out to us? Email. What email? Your email? Or my email? Aha. Okay. That's a great idea. Community@ryanhallyall.com. Community@ryanhallyall.com. If you guys want to reach out via email to try to help us help Chris, that would be great. And we're not looking for monetary support. Okay. We've got that. That's fine. We're just literally looking for somebody who has the windshield and can help replace it. Safe Light is a bust.
Yeah, sorry, this is bad.
Oh my God. Brad, any final thoughts on the chase tonight? And do you plan on chasing tomorrow?
Hey, Ryan. Today went about like I expected it to. We had a couple storms up on that leading edge that were finally able to tap into that warm front, and they were very close to producing a very large tornado. Just didn't quite happen. I'm not sure what all happened up in Iowa. It looked like there were a couple of confirmed tornadoes. So I thought there would be two zones that performed perfectly as expected. I'm actually pulled off right now at a Casey's gas station, looking at models for tomorrow to kind of see if we want to chase tomorrow, kind of what it looks like. Initial reaction doesn't really impress me that much, but we will see. I'm not sure yet, but today was a good day. It looked like everything stayed away from population, and that's what we always want. So everybody was safe.
Absolutely. We did see several tornadoes today. And from what I know, around Lewistown, there were some things and some people hit, but I don't think I've heard of the first injury or anything like that. So that's good. We had some tornadoes and nobody was hurt. But we are going to see more tornadoes tonight. We want to keep that record strong. We want to make sure nobody gets hurt. So we're going to make sure that we continue this coverage as long as needed. Once again, I'm going to go until I don't know how long I'm going to go, but I'm going to go until I can't no more, or until I feel like it's time for me to go. And then we're going to hand it off to Andy. Andy's going to do the coverage as long as he wants to for probably well into the night, into the early morning hours tomorrow. Rick, thanks for becoming an official sponsor. I appreciate that. Lots of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings now popping up here in Iowa as the hail gets bigger. 1 inch in diameter hail actually moving towards downtown Des Moines right now. Indianola, you guys are going to get in on it. The storm that was trying to rotate up here near Newton isn't doing it as much now, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Rowley and Caseton and Monty in Iowa for 1 inch in diameter hail. The newest considerable severe is going to be for Savannah and Pleasant Valley. This is right on the border of Illinois and Iowa here. This has got 1.75 inch in diameter hail moving right up towards Lanesville. Get ready for that. It's going to be a big one. The leftover remnants of our supercell from Peoria earlier are going to go towards Chicago. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa, Northville, and Millington. I still don't know if that's going to make it all the way to the Chicago Metro, but we'll see. We're going to be tracking it. And then we've got strong storms all the way up and down the western Missouri border down into Kansas. You just got a pretty strong storm there in Topeka. That's going to be moving towards Lawrence now. You just got a strong storm in Effingham. That's going to be moving towards Atchison and Eaton and Potter. We are getting some strong storms near Emporia soon. That's going to be moving towards Ulp and Waverly. So Kansas is getting in on the action tonight. We're going to see new storms convect along this line south of Wichita into Oklahoma. We're watching those. And a new tornado watch is about to be issued for these storms that are popping up around Texarkana. So things are happening tonight. And unfortunately, it's going as forecast, which means that we will likely continue to see that happen, and we will see more tornadoes tonight. What program am I using for the on-screen radar? This is Radar Omega. It's the desktop version. It's what I use most of the time when talking about these storms. But you can get it on your phone, iOS, Android. There's a link in the description. They're a big supporter of us, so we always try to shout them out a few times during every stream. And there's just no other radar app where you can just click on Brandon Kopic and like see a live feed of the storm that you're looking at on radar. And like, if there is, there's definitely not one where you can click on Brad Arnold, which is the tornado sniffer of America, and have his feed up. So there you go. And then you got all these other live cameras too. Stationary ones on towers. We're getting ready to have the Y'all HQ on here. It's just a very cool app. It costs money, but man, like sometimes good stuff just costs money. There's not a free radar app that competes with this one, like not even close. But hey, if you don't want it, if you don't want to buy it, you don't have to. You can just sit here and watch me show it to you for free, 100% for free on YouTube. Ain't no big deal. I do. Yeah, I'm gonna take a. I think Andy's not here, but I think I'm gonna take a brief second. I might wait. Give me just a second, y'all. I do think that these storms down here near Texas and Arkansas and Louisiana are going to start ramping up here soon. So I'm going to try to take advantage of this quote unquote break and try to eat dinner. That way we can be here ready to go, raring to go whenever these storms start to really ramp up again here in a second. Sweet. I got the redirect set up. Andy, are you busy, or can you give me a minute on here?
Nope, I got you, Ryan. Enjoy your dinner.
Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, Carly, don't forget to turn me on here. I got no camera. There we go. Hey, y'all. Let me tell you about what's going on here. There's still a lot of people here who are going to be out ahead of the path of many of these storms that will have, they're going to have an overnight brief tornado threat. Hopefully, nothing significant, but I do want everybody who is still in the risk area today, throughout much of Missouri, you're going to get in on some strong storms and possible stronger tornadoes out there down in southern Missouri, south and east of Springfield, into central and western Arkansas. That will, whatever Ryan doesn't cover tonight, I will be covering through the morning. It does look like Chicago will get storms or a stormy couple of hours around, 5 to 7 to 8 a.m. So if you can now, it's a great idea to get some sleep in those areas now and to maybe wake up for the severe threat or have a nap or something, whatever works best for you if you do have that storm anxiety and you want to be aware and awake for when the storms pass through your area. So Chicago, like 5 to 7, 6 to 8 a.m., roughly in there, your time, central time. St. Louis, maybe a couple hours before that or around that time. The storms are going to travel kind of slowly on the southern mode. So they're going to be passing really slowly through. So whenever the storms get to you, it'll be storming for quite a few hours. But in the northern mode, they're going to pass by really quickly. So we'll see Milwaukee to Chicago in the morning hours. And that's really where the severe risk is for today in those areas. And then it'll sweep across the glove of Michigan for much of the day. So like into the late morning through the afternoon, the evening. There will be a couple rounds possible in Michigan. By that time, though, tomorrow in the afternoon, Ryan will be back on more than likely. If it looks like the risks are staying in place, which they are definitely significant enough for us to give you the nowcast the weather for you. So that's what to expect whenever Ryan does end this stream, be it in a few hours from now or however many hours from now. The way it's going to work is the YouTube live redirect is going to go straight to my channel. It's just going to take some time. So even if he's ending, it's not going to be over. We're going to do wall-to-wall coverage here. I aim, unless the threat is minimal and remains minimal, to maintain the stream going through the morning until Ryan comes back on. That would be cool, right? Wall-to-wall coverage. I think that'd be pretty cool. If it's just a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings at any point during the night, we're gonna hang out together. I'll keep you company, tell you what's going on every few minutes with each new frame of data that we get on our radars. And I'll just keep you company. That's what I'm here for, just to help soothe it and be a friend in these times. Because I care about that. So yeah, that Memphis, you guys are going to be it's going to be quite some time for a lot of you in the South. The storms, again, like southern Arkansas, western Tennessee, they're going to take forever to get to you. And because of that, there's also going to be a flash flooding risk. So we could see flash flooding concerns down in the mid to deep south down there whenever these storms do pass through over Wednesday. So slow moving storms down there, fast moving storms up north in the Great Lakes region are what I'll stay up to cover with you. Okay. So Indiana, add a couple hours from Chicago, mid morning into the afternoon for much of the state, west to east. Ohio looks like it's the evening time for you. Detroit looks like it could be afternoon and evening time for you. Same goes for southern Ontario. So you go from west to east into Toronto. It's probably the evening hours for y'all, but you might get some morning storms as well, depending on what passes through. I think the primary risk over there is definitely going to materialize through the evening on Wednesday in your time zone. So yeah, absolutely. I care. And I'm going to be up with y'all. The last time I did this, I did stream the hailstorms that happened in the Dallas-Fort Worth area on Sunday. And even though we ended up with no confirmed tornadoes or no tornado reports on the SBC in the state of Texas on that day, as far as I know, it was still a grand time. And I think I was able to hang out with a lot of people and, help them just feel better. That's the goal. That's the goal tonight. So I'll be here for you. And I hope it goes, I hope it's on the weaker side of things. So we can spare the anxiety some. So hopefully that helps. Look forward to that. Again, the way that's going to work is the stream here that you're watching right now is just, you don't even have to do anything. It'll just automatically redirect you to mine once Ryan is done. Right now he's having dinner if you're just joining us. So we've managed to make it through the primary tornado threat for the most part in the northern mode today. And we'll be we'll really just be watching the development of the storms along the cold front. So that's Kansas City in the next hour or two. Topeka right now, it's developing overhead you, and then moving through eastern Kansas and into western Missouri over the next couple hours. We've also got that pocket of storms down south. That's near Texarkana right now. Those are the ones that we may see continue to mature. They're kind of overcoming that lid on the atmosphere that I talked about. And so if they continue to be mature down there, just strong enough to overcome that lid, then we'll see that tornado watch come out the first of the nighttime hours here. So hopefully that's a helpful outlook for y'all. And I'll be in the back preparing for that stream now. So take it away, Ryan.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Guys, if you are just now tuning in, we are continuing our coverage of the severe weather here across this risk area from southern Wisconsin into Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, down into Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma. We currently don't have any tornado warnings. We do have a tornado watch. But we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings. So I'm going to go through those, and then we'll go through the forecast again. We do have Sandwich, Illinois, getting ready to get in on some hail. We have Stockton, Illinois, getting ready to get in on some hail. And then Winthrop, Masonville, and Manchester in Iowa, getting ready to get some hail. This storm here that was originally trying to latch onto the warm front and rotate has become outflow dominant, and it's now just some, in my opinion, it's some rain and hail once again coming up towards Toledo and Marshalltown in Iowa. Now, we have to watch that one closely. That could change, but for the most part, this is a severe thunderstorm. Des Moines, you've got a severe thunderstorm going through right now. That's going to continue to come towards Carlisle, Runnels, and Hartford in Iowa over the next hour or so. That's close to 2-inch in diameter hail associated with that storm. Kansas City, you've got a storm coming in an hour or two with an inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then we've got new storms trying to form just to the south of Wichita. These will eventually become severe thunderstorms as they approach Winfield, Arkansas City, and then portions of Oklahoma. And then last but not least, in our tour, we've got these storms down here in the south near Texarkana that are probably going to become the focus of our tornado threat over the next little bit. Now, I don't know how long it's going to take, but eventually that we will see a tornado watch come together here. And these storms are going to try to take advantage of the environment and produce tornadoes. How many? How big are they going to be? How long is that going to last? I don't know. We're not forecasting here. We're now casting. We're watching the radar, and we're seeing what's going to happen in the immediate future. So yeah, that's pretty much it. A lot of people are talking about in the chat, like, well, what about my town? What about my backyard? Well, here's all I can tell you. If you're in the risk area here, you have a chance for severe weather tonight. The red is the highest chance. The orange is the 3 out of 5, and then the yellow's you're 2 out of 5 on the risk level. So that's it. Otherwise, we're just watching the radar. We can't literally look into a magic crystal ball and see exactly when the storm's going to hit your house. We just know that it's probably going to happen tonight. It's definitely going to be a couple hours if you're in Davenport. I see a lot of people are watching in Davenport. This is our current watches. Tornado watch up here. Severe thunderstorm watch down here. A new tornado watch is likely going to be issued for this area soon. Ouch. Got a lot of this stuff falling from the sky tonight. That's not going to feel good if it hits you in the head, especially the spiky ones. Hate to see it. How's the HRRR looking for the next little while? So the HRRR did a terrible job with today's storms. So we really have to take this with a grain of salt. Like the HRRR doesn't even see our storms down here, so it's almost impossible to tell. But we do continue to see the line move east later tonight. And go ahead, Riley.
If you want to put up Caleb's feed, he's going to give us a tour of Chris's car.
Okay. Okay, we're not getting it right now. We'll wait until it pops up. And remind me if I'm not looking at it here in a little bit. Here's a live look at Storm Chaser Jaden Johnson, though. Don't know if he even knows he's on camera right now. What's happening here? Oh man. But anyways, whenever we do get a feed up from Caleb, we'll show you a tour of Chris's car, which apparently has been heavily damaged from our storm. Oh look, everybody's gonna try to get in. Connor, this is Connor. I know all these guys. The Ridge Riders. This is Storm Chaser. A lot of these young guys out here trying to chase tornadoes. They do an incredible job. That's Connor from the Ridge Riders. After the storm chase is over, storm chasing just becomes summer camp, man. And everybody goes to Applebee's. Okay, we've got Caleb now. Let's go live to Caleb. Oh my goodness. This is Chris Hall's car. This is a live look at Chris Hall's car. Do we have the ability to talk with Chris? Chris, you copy? Oh, and this is Caleb's truck.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Chris, explain to us what we're looking at here, man. How did this happen?
Well, bigger than baseballs. The stream may come and go because service is very sketchy out here right now, but man alive. There's a dent on the back side of my car that is bigger than my hand right there. I don't know if that's going to come through or not. I'm still trying to connect to the service. I know it's coming and going. But yeah, there's a hell dent on the back of my car, bigger than my hand. But mainly just a lot of dents and a destroyed windshield. I mean, look at the front of the windshield. I don't know what size that is, but that was from one hailstone. Yeah, we were just sitting there looking at the tornado develop in front of us, and the storm took a very hard, unexpected right turn because we were plenty far enough away from the hail core at the time. And I guess it just took an unexpected right turn, and it really picked up speed. And we tried to get out of Dodge, and, well, yeah.
That took some very big hailstones to make that happen. That's for sure.
I think a lot of other chasers are in the same situation as me tonight because there was a lot of convergence on the road that I was on at the time. So
we're doing our best to try to find somebody that's got a windshield for you. I don't know if anybody's reached out yet or not, but we'll keep you updated.
copy that. I'll let's see if I can get my door open here real quick. And you can see, listen to this. This car has my full trust for the rest of my life. Let me just tell you, because for this windshield not to bust all the way through amazes me. Yeah. There's no water leaking through it or nothing. It's just shattered badly. And hey, I know this is off topic, but scrub blade wipers are still running good and far on.
Nice. Oh wow, yeah. You can see the glass on the dash. We gotta make sure Chris has safety goggles from now on. Dangerous. Storm chasing is dangerous, y'all. Had a few storm chasers today drive directly into tornadoes. I don't know if I should share their names, but all the storm chasers are okay. But there was like a one or two that literally got hit by a tornado and rolled over in Illinois earlier. Just really happy to hear that they're okay. Oh, we got Zach Hall. Zach Hall's live. Zach Hall is our Arkansas storm tracker. If we can't talk to him. Zach, whenever you get a minute.
What's going on, Ryan?
Let's see here. Zach, we're live on YouTube. We just we just went through the Iowa thing and the Illinois thing, and now it looks like we're going to go through a Arkansas thing. So just wondering what your take is on the situation and what your plan is for tonight.
Yeah, so it's kind of unfortunate, but my house is actually like in the highest tornado risk. So I've been home most of the day and kind of waited to see what happened. It looks like we've got storms going up in central Arkansas. I'm going to head east on Interstate 40 and keep an eye on those storms, but also try to keep western Arkansas in play just in case. I don't know about you, but I kind of have some concerns. I guess they're good concerns about capping. We'll see if these storms go. If they do, definitely has a high tornado risk through the late night hours.
Absolutely. So we've got a storm chaser down there in Arkansas. I mean, we're just covered from all angles here as the northern storm chasers, do Applebee's or whatever it is they're doing. The southern storm chasers are preparing for what could be a long night of seriously significant tornadoes. It's another one of those things, guys. This is not a slam dunk. The last tornado outbreak, March 31st, that was a slam dunk. Okay, that was like, oh my God. Like, yeah, we're having a tornado outbreak. Today, there's a lot of ways that it could go wrong. There's a lot of ways that the tornadoes won't happen, and that's a good thing. It's just one of those things we have to wait and see. The atmosphere is so fragile. Okay, it is so fragile. That's why forecast models aren't exact. You like me doing this, go outside and go into the air, and you've essentially changed the weather. Seriously. You doing that will, at some point, it might be several days from now, but will change the weather in China. And it's literally impossible for weather models to understand the intricacies of that. You know what I mean? So that's why we're not really forecasting right now. We're nowcasting. We're watching how these outflow boundaries play. We're watching how the storms react to the capping inversion, the warm air aloft. And whenever we see a storm pop off, we can latch onto it and start forecasting from there, like we did the one in Illinois today. But for now, we're just waiting and we're watching. And we're monitoring this this really strong line of storms that's severe, that's coming through Iowa here. Cedar Rapids, this is going to get closer and closer to you. We've got a lot of 1 and 2 inch hail reports coming in. That's probably going to come through Cedar Rapids in Iowa within the next couple of hours.
Is asking if you guys still needed him and if you guys would be able to move to an off ramp for the inspection. So
1.8 inch in diameter coming towards Osceola, the I-35 corridor. Ooh, the I-35 corridor really between Emporia, Kansas City, and Des Moines is about to be a nightmare as this line of storms kind of just lines up with it here. And most of these are just for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail. But the storm that's specifically approaching Kansas City, we've got a little bit larger hail. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm allergic to severe thunderstorms. But we've got a little bit of larger hail coming towards Lawrence and Kansas City. If you guys didn't know, if you didn't watch the last stream, I struggled through it with the sniffles because we went to Mississippi. The tornado hit Rolling Fork. We went to Mississippi to go help. We were down there, and like it was a shock to the system because we really don't have a lot of pollen and a lot of budding here. But man, down there in Mississippi, they did. So like allergies like just ramped up. leg got eaten up by fire ants, got a terrible sunburn. It was all worth it though, but the residual Mississippi-itis is still lingering. So that's why I've still got the sniffles and the sneezes and stuff. I'm fine. I'm not sick at all. No infection or anything. Just got a little bit of leftover Mississippi-itis. And speaking of Mississippi and like the y'all squad and stuff, when Arkansas got hit by a tornado the other day, Sullivan, Illinois or Indiana, and Covington, Tennessee, a couple different places, all got hit by tornadoes. And the y'all squad is showing up in those cities. Chris has been in Wynn for a while. We've dropped off U-Haul loads full of supplies. At some point, we're going to go to Sullivan and these places in Tennessee as well. We're just trying to work around it and making sure that we can cover the active storms too, because this is our main job. We like doing the y'all squad. We like helping. We like doing all that. But our main focus is to keep you updated on what's happening next and what's happening now. But we are utilizing all that that we raised, and we will continue to do that all through the next couple of weeks. Here's some hail in Topeka. This is from Michael Reb. P to dime size hail. Once again, thank you for sending this in. Chenille, thank you for tagging the National Weather Service. Guys, when you see this guy on Twitter, just reply to him and be like, thank you so much. Because this guy is a trooper, man. He is just responding to every single one of these reports and tagging the National Weather Service. We can help him out by doing that for him. But I'm glad he's here. And yeah, feel free to send in your reports like that. If you can do so safely, we're going to have a lot of hail come through these areas over the next little bit. Kansas City is next. Topeka, you're getting it now. Lawrence, St. Joseph, Kansas City, you guys are next in line for sure. Incredible video of the rope tornado on Twitter right now, guys. Can't show it. Gotta, deal with the whole copyright thing. But if you want to see it, it's on Twitter, and it is amazing. Just amazing tornado footage from Iowa earlier today. And my goodness, this is the one, son. That's the dent. That's a hail dent bigger than Chris's hands. Chris's car is plumb runt. It is runt. Corey in Sandwich, Illinois, earlier this afternoon. Pretty big hail there. Some more video of the hail in Topeka. So this what you're seeing from NOAA here, this is coming for Kansas City. I would prepare for a storm similar to this in Kansas City. We got a hailstorm coming. Yeah, the spoon for reference is pretty good. Braided Chickasaw, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Rick says, thanks for what you're doing and what your team does. Thank you, Rick. Harold, thank you so much. Ryan, thanks for becoming a member. John, Southern Wisconsin, please. Southern Wisconsin, you're under extreme Southern Wisconsin, you're under an enhanced risk of severe weather tonight. The next 2 hours or so is when the most severe weather will happen. And the tornado probabilities are low, but not zero. What was the name of your forecasting program? I know you mentioned it could be downloaded on Android. I would like to get it. So what I use as a radar app is Radar Omega. You can look at forecast models on there, but it's like it costs extra. Okay. And I'm not trying to get you guys to spend money. All right. Radar Omega, you pay once flat fee and you've got all the good radar features that you need. But you can like look at the HRRR model and all that stuff if you get like a subscription tier. But as far as the forecasting program that I use, it's just whatever is available to look at weather models, right? A lot of people use Pivotal Weather. So just keep that in mind. If you're trying to look at forecasting models, you can look at those for free online. But you can look at them on the Radar Omega app too, which is pretty cool. Sharon, thank you. In Vitalica, thank you for being a member for 8 months. Raptor for 7. Clark, will you tell me if Sullivan, Indiana will get hit? I don't think so. I think that there's definitely a chance for severe weather again tomorrow in Sullivan. But I don't think we're talking about the same kind of deal that we had before. That tomorrow's severe weather threat is much smaller. It's not zero though, and it's for a large area. 30 million people or something are included in that risk. Here's some more hail from Andrew. This is in Neenah, Wisconsin. How's Tennessee looking tomorrow? Tennessee's going to get some storms. It's not looking terrible. It's another one of those wait and see kind of things. Is there a tornado threat in Kansas City? Not really. Like there's definitely a chance that we see a tornado up there, but it's very low. It's very low. We're mostly looking at the potential for damaging winds. If you're just now tuning in, the tornado threat isn't over for everybody, though. And actually, you know what? Inspecting these a little bit closer, like there definitely is some spin with this storm in Kansas. I mean, you see that? That could lead up to a spin-up tornado as it approaches Kansas City. There's also some rotation on these parts of the storm as well. So Kansas City, you've got a line of really strong storms heading towards you with embedded rotations. So I would definitely watch out for that for sure. I am watching the southern Arkansas storms very closely. But I mean, the cap is getting to them. I mean, I see it. I see what's happening. And you'll hear myself and Andy and Storm Chasers talk about cap a lot if you're following weather. And basically all that means is there's warm air above. So there's less instability, right? Because how does weather happen? How does storms happen? You got warm, moist air rising into cooler air aloft. Well, what happens if you got warm, moist air and then you've got warm air above that? It's not going to be able to rise. Even if there's a lot of cool air above the warm air that's above the warm air, there's a cap, there's a lid on the ability for that warm air to rise. So that's what capping is. There's a big warm air inversion through a lot of this area. And a lot of times that either leads to no storms or it can help lead to discrete storms if there's one or two areas where the cap bursts. That can actually be a bad thing. How long will I be streaming? What time did we start? Start at 6. We'll go until at least midnight. And if there's no reason, if there's like no ongoing, like, oh my goodness, like we need to keep going here, we might call it a night then. But meteorologist Andy Hill will be streaming for the rest of the night. I don't know. He claims that he's going to go until like 8 a.m. or something. So we're trying to get to a point where we have 24/7 coverage here on YouTube. I can do it, but you know, I like to sleep at least once a day. We've got Andy, and we're doing shifts. And if there's any other meteorologists out there that would like to try YouTube out, we've got it down to a science, man. So we're hiring over here at y'all Enterprises. We're gonna make weather accessible and just awesome through YouTube, I think. Way more fun than working at a news station. You don't have to shave. You don't have to wear a suit or a dress. No makeup. More freedom. Oklahoma, should I be concerned? I don't think that you should be concerned. I think that you should be aware of the potential hazards tonight. There's going to be some severe storms in Oklahoma, and some tornadoes are possible, but the main threat's going to be hail and wind. And boy, do we have a hail blizzard in Wausau, Wisconsin right now. Look at that. Man, we've got to take a closer look at these Wisconsin storms because they are hailing like crazy. Wow. Wow, that's way up here too. Look, way up here in northern Wisconsin. Green Bay, you're getting ready to get it. New London, Clintonville, all of these storms up here are hailing in Wisconsin. And it's that significant too. Probably bigger than that moving into Green Bay right now. That's crazy. Big hail with these storms as well. I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Ryan, I was just going to say I am in Wisconsin. I'm in the Stevens Point area, and I can confirm it is hailing outside, even though these storms might not have any special weather statement or a severe thunderstorm warning. There is hail associated with these storms, and it is going up to quarter size.
Okay, thank you, Riley. The storms that popped up down around Texarkana are looking less and less oomphy, which is good news. Yeah, don't go like 500 miles south of where you're from, right in the cusp of spring. Unless you just want to get slapped in the face by allergies. Looks like the convection is starting to pop up south and west of Wichita now. Nothing severe yet, but some storms are making it into Oklahoma. And look at that cute little bloop. See the little bloop? That's in Oklahoma. That will eventually become a bigger part of the line, and this will move east as well. Some storms are expected tonight in Oklahoma. Ottawa, Kansas City, you guys are in up next. I-35 corridor between Kansas City and Des Moines. You guys are going to get hit pretty good by some hail and some winds. Considerable severe storm moving towards Lamont and Manchester in Iowa. And then just a bunch of hail up here in northern and central Wisconsin. And look at that snow, daggone snow up here near Rhinelander. Blizzard warnings, by the way, for portions of Minnesota and North Dakota. Cute little bloop. This storm to the west of Kansas City continues to catch my attention. It's trying to rotate. It's trying its best. I want to go look at our bloop. Up close in Oklahoma. Oh, wow. You can't even see it. But you can really see that convection starting to pop up here south and west of Wichita. Any tornadoes yet? Yeah, we've had quite a few today so far. We're having a little bit of a break right now, which is great. But we do expect that there will be more potentially. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, here's a good shot of the storms coming in. This is a camera from Burlington, Kansas on the Radar Omega app. You see there's a lot of motion there, a whole lot of motion. And we should probably see some lightning here soon as these storms approach Burlington from the west. One day, I hope to see these icons in every city. Every city should have a camera like that. Do you guys agree? We've had this conversation before, but I'm thinking about starting a network of cameras. Like putting a network of cameras up around the US and making it all 100% free and accessible to anybody. But they are focused on the weather. They're focused. They're pointing towards the town from the east, pointing west, so that you can see the storms roll in and you know what you're looking for. They're all PTZ, high resolution 4K, streaming on YouTube in Radar Omega or whatever else. And we try to have one in literally every town. We can work with EMS offices to get space on towers. And I think it's an awesome idea. It's just expensive. Costs like $5,000 or $6,000 to do it properly per camera. And then obviously you've got monthly fees that you have to keep up with. But man, it would be so worth it. It would be so worth it if literally every town had one of those. It'd be very valuable for the locals, the local emergency management offices, and it would be valuable to just everybody to have access to that free open source. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I am kind of concerned about this little storm right here coming into Kansas City. I mean, we definitely have to watch this close. There's still a strong storm and tornado threat tonight in the moderate risk area. But I'm telling you, I'm watching this. I'm watching this closely. This is going to tell the story of tonight. These storms tried to pop up near Texarkana, and they have died on their way to Arkadelphia and Little Rock. If that continues to happen, if that continues to be the case, notice how there's a new little blip right here. If we continue to see these die, that's a very good sign because that means that the cap might be winning tonight and we don't have to worry about it. But we don't want to get too comfortable with that idea just yet. That's why we're going to continue to monitor the updates here as we go forward. It's not as exciting as multiple warnings and stuff, but this is an important part of what we do here is we just monitor and we wait and we relay information. And I know there's a lot of people in chat. Like, it's impossible for me to read every message in chat, guys. And there's a lot of you who are asking about your town, your state. I'm doing the best I can to talk about everybody. I mean, we've covered every state that's going to be affected. Now, for example, I haven't talked a lot about West Virginia today or South Carolina. And that's not because I hate you. It's just because nothing's happening there. And it's not my job to tell you about nothing. Anytime that your weather app on your phone can handle talking about the forecast to you, I leave that alone. When I go on vacation, it's whenever the weather is like nice. Like you don't hear from me on days where it's going to be sunny and 75. You only hear from me during significant severe weather events. That's the purpose of the channel and me being here. So if I'm not talking about you, that is a good thing. Now, all I can do once again is show you this risk map. Everybody in the red is still under a moderate risk for severe weather tonight. There is no current immediate threat, though. We're waiting. Will the cap break, you think? I think so. I think there's definitely a good chance of that happening. That's why there's a moderate risk. If there was no chance of that happening, then there would not be a moderate risk. Minnesota, no, you shouldn't be worried. This, and once again, just look at the map, y'all. This is Northeast Arkansas. This is Missouri. This is Illinois. This is Iowa. This is Wisconsin. This is Michigan. This is Arkansas. This is Oklahoma. This is Texas. A lot of people are asking about, what about my area? Just look, this is all I can tell you. There is a chance for severe weather tonight in the risk area. Soon as there is something specific to hone in on, we will do that. Until then, we're just doing a general sweep of all the storms. And I'm sniffling. Like that's the whole show right now. Which is great. This is much better than multiple tornadoes being on the ground. I don't know if you guys agree or not. New severe thunderstorm warning just issued for portions of the Kansas City metro. I don't think that was a considerable, so that's probably 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail. Ryan, did you see that EF3 that occurred in Delaware on Saturday? Yes, I did see that. That was insane. That was insane.